Good morning, members. I would like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council, particularly those watching the live stream on the Council's YouTube channel. The Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording, taking photographs at its meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded or photographed. Can I ask all members to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place? There is no fire alarm test scheduled for today, so if the alarm sounds, I'll adjourn the meeting and we'll make our way downstairs via the fire escape to the corridor behind you. The muster point is at the far end of the building. So, apologies for absence. I've received apologies from councillors Bywater, George, Morgan and Thornhill. Item one. Item one is the minutes of the 20th of May 2025 meeting and the motions log. So this item is the approval of the minutes of the council for that date. The council is asked to agree these as a correct record. If any member does not agree, would you raise your hand now? An updated motion log is also included in the published papers for this meeting for your information in order to report on progress. Whilst I'll not be reopening the debate on the motions log, I will take questions and comments. If you wish to pursue actions further, you'll need to contact the allocated officer. So I wish to sign, if no objections, I will sign the minutes from the 20th of May. Thank you. Item number 2 is Chair's announcements. Please bear with me. There are a lot of important announcements today, and also I've had a number of engagements over the past month or so. First of all, it is with deep regret that I report the recent deaths of Maureen Byrne, business officer, and Sarah Oldfield, family worker in the Children, Educational and Families Directorate. Council's thoughts are with their family, friends and colleagues at this sad time. May I ask all members of the Council to stand in memory of Maureen and Sarah? Members will wish to note a number of new appointments in the Adults Health and Commissioning Directorate. On behalf of the Council, I'd really like to welcome Amy Brock, who joined as Service Director, Adult Social Care in June, Akua Agyapong, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrongly, who will be joining us on the 12th of August as Service Director, Adult Social Care, and Chris Bush, who will be joining us on the 18th of August as Service Director, Strategy and Commissioning. I can report that the Police and Crime Commissioner, Darryl Preston, has announced Simon Medgicks as his preferred candidate to take the role of Chief Constable for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Mr. Medgicks, who was born in Cambridgeshire, spent a majority of his policing career with the Constabulary before moving on to become Deputy Chief Constable of Norfolk Constabulary. A start date will be agreed with Mr. Medgicks should the Police and Crime Panel recommend that he is appointed. I'm delighted to report that the Cambridge Open RAN Ecosystem Project, led by Connecting Cambridgeshire on behalf of the Council, won the Outstanding Contribution to Emerging Technologies Award and the Small Cell Forum Mobile Network Awards on the 3rd of June. Members will wish to join me in congratulating Mary Burgess, Cambridgeshire Library's Local Studies Librarian, who was awarded first runner-up in the Information and Digital category, this year's Connected Awards. The Library's Connected Awards celebrate the achievements of public library staff who have an exceptional impact on their library service users or local communities. The Council was shortlisted as a finalist in 4 categories of the Local Government Chronicle Awards. These awards celebrate the very best in local government, highlighting councils across the country that demonstrate outstanding leadership, creativity and impact in serving their communities. Connecting Cambridgeshire reached the final two categories, innovation and future places, and the domestic abuse service in the category of health and social care. The community service won the category of community involvement of Fenland Youth Network, bringing services closer to communities. I'm delighted to report that the Council's High Impact Youth Team has won a partnership award at the North West Anglia NHS Foundation Trust. Outstanding Achievement Awards. The Partnership Award celebrates a team or individual that demonstrates outstanding collaboration skills. The team was praised for its innovative, approachable and collaborative approach. The Council's adult learning services, delivered by Cambridge Skills and Learning and Development, received a full inspection from Ofsted at the end of April. Service was awarded overall judgment of good, with one area deemed to be outstanding by the inspectors, who noted that learners and apprentices thrive due to warm, nurturing and inclusive learning environment and substantial new knowledge and skills that they learn. 16th to 22nd of June was Learning Disability Week, a national campaign which takes place each year and shines a light on the experiences, challenges and contributions of people with learning disabilities. The theme for 2025 was Do You See Me?, which aimed to ensure people with learning disability are seen, heard, included and valued in all aspects of life. To celebrate, the Council shared some of the ways it's supporting adults with learning disabilities across Cambridge. The Social Care Institute for Excellence Co-Production Week took place 30th of June to 4th of July, celebration of the power of co-production to design and develop better ways of doing things in social care. This year's theme was Innovation Through Co-Production, which involved showcasing innovative projects supported by unpaid carers, including projects supported by Department of Health and Adults and Social Care. And one of the awards here is on the desk in front of me, if during the break you would like to see. As Chair of the Council, I attended the following events: the Mott Sermon at Holy Trinity Church, Memorial Day ceremony at Cambridge American Cemetery, Pride Month flag raising, Refugee flag raising, and Armed Forces Day flag raising at New Shire Hall. Proclamation of the Midsummer Fair, the Right Reverend Dr. Dagmar Winter, the Acting Bishop of Ely's Garden Party, Honorary Fellowship for alumna, the Right Honourable Diane Abbott, the Labour group will be pleased to know, at Newnham College, conferment of honorary degrees at the Senate House, Cambridgeshire, and the Armed Forces Dinner. Independence Day at RAF Alconbury, afternoon tea at Wisbeach Castle, 80th anniversary of VJ Day at Ely Cathedral, and 3 citizenship ceremonies. The Vice Chair attended a morning with Newmarket Pony Academy and Riding a Dream Academy. And that concludes the announcements for today. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Item number 3 is a declaration of interests. Under this item, members are asked to declare interest under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting if they're not registered in their current register of interests. I'll pick up the dispensation for all members in relation to item number 7 on members' allowances when we get to that item. May I have any declarations now or later on during the meeting if you become aware? Thank you. Item number 4 is public question time, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they've given advance notice. Members will wish to know I've exercised my discretion and accepted an additional eligible public question submitted before the deadline, as officers have confirmed that if this particular question is delayed until the 2nd of September Highways and Transport meeting, it may be too late to influence the busway fencing design. We received notice of 5 questions, the content of which has been circulated electronically to all members and published on the Council's website. First of all, I'd like to welcome and invite Dr. David Landon Cole to ask his question, please. Dr. Cole, welcome. You will be invited to ask your question and you have a limit of 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good morning, thank you. Although Cambridgeshire County Council is not directly responsible for licensing gambling establishments, it does have to deal with the results of both problem gambling on individuals and the economic and social impact on towns. With that in mind, and as the council speaks with moral weight, can I ask if the council will join the letter to the Culture Secretary, Lisa Nandy, already signed by 36 local authority leaders, asking for changes to the Gambling Act 2005 to make it easier for local authorities of all kinds to turn down applications for gambling establishments? Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, Councillor Nsinga, you have 2 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, Dr. Cole, and for raising this important issue with us. As you rightly acknowledge, Cambridgeshire County Council is not the licensing authority for gambling, but it does have statutory duties around public health. Gambling is increasingly being recognised as a public health issue with wide-reaching consequences beyond financial loss. While available data seems to indicate that Cambridgeshire has a similar prevalence of gambling to the national average, we appreciate that even at that level, it has a significant detrimental impact on our residents, families, and communities. And specifically, it has well-evidenced impact on health inequalities. Reducing health inequalities is one of the 7 strategic ambitions for Cambridgeshire County Council. There is limited data on the present prevalence of gambling locally and who is specifically impacted, but we are pleased that the NHS is now offering intensive support services in the east of England via NHS services in Milton Keynes and Thurrock. And our public health services are now specifically making sure that all our relevant services are aware that those exist and know how to make referrals. Given the harms caused by gambling to residents, families and communities, and particularly its impact on health inequalities, I'm very pleased to support the call led by Brent Council for Lisa Nandy to reform the Gambling Act. While we wait for central government action within Cambridgeshire County Council, we are pleased that our advertising and sponsorship policy has already restricted advertising for providers of gambling and betting services. And our Director of Public Health will look at whether there is more we should be doing on a public health approach towards gambling across Cambridgeshire. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nsinga. Dr. Cole, do you have a supplementary? You would have 1 minute to raise that, connected to the original question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the answer. I do appreciate the work that's going on, and I'm glad you signed the letter. Can I ask that that be done, if you like, with dispatch, so that that is all in place ahead of local government reform, so that the successor councils have that in place? Thank you.
I think it's possible it's already done, but it will certainly be done with dispatch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Cole. And thank you for coming. The next question is from Dr. Haq Nawaz. Unfortunately, Dr. Nawaz is unable to make the meeting. So, in line with the Constitution, a written response to his question will be published as part of the minutes. Our next questioner is Miss Kerry Portman. Could I ask Miss Portman to come forward and ask her question, please? Thank you.
Thank you. How does the Council plan to address the systemic discrimination towards care experienced people embedded in statutory services throughout Cambridgeshire and in this very Council? As a care experienced person, I have personally experienced repeated significant discrimination resulting in poorer life outcomes and even life endangerment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Nsinga, you will respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question and for sharing your experience. Cambridgeshire County Council is deeply committed to supporting our children in care and care leavers, alongside addressing systemic discrimination towards care experienced individuals. We recognise the significant challenges that many care experienced people face, which can lead to poorer life outcomes and to additional vulnerability. To help us to be better corporate parents and to address these issues, we provide training for all of our elected members regarding their role as corporate parents. The training includes information about our children in care and about care leavers' experiences of accommodation, care, education and health, and on the outcomes that we have supported our care leavers to achieve. It highlights how we should be aspirational for the children in our care, and that those aspirations should lead to plans that support children and young people to thrive. Additionally, We are reviewing and revising all our policies and procedures to ensure that they are inclusive and supportive to care leavers. We are establishing dedicated support services to provide tailored assistance and advocacy for care experienced individuals. We are committed to creating a more equitable and supportive environment for all care experienced people in Cambridgeshire and have made being care experienced a protected characteristic. This means that all new policies, spending plans and services must explicitly consider and seek to eliminate discrimination against care experienced individuals. In addition to this, Cambridgeshire County Council has taken several practical steps to address systemic discrimination against people with care experience. We always want to hear from children in care and care leavers about their experiences, and we are keen to be responsive so that we are able to support them better. Your feedback is really helpful in helping us to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, do you have a supplementary you wish to ask?
Thank you. What specific plans do you have to support care experienced people moving forward? Personally, I've not seen a significant improvement in the 8 years since I was in a children's home in Cambridgeshire.
So I think on the specific plans, it might be more helpful if I were able to provide that in a written answer. I do know that we have done a great deal over the last 4 years that I've Thank you. I think that's now working. We are certainly doing a great deal to try and improve, particularly accommodation for our children in care across Cambridgeshire, and we will continue to work on that. But I'm happy to try and provide a longer answer in writing after the meeting. Thank you.
Katie, thank you very much for coming and asking the question today. It's very good to see you. Our next questioner is Mr. Guy Lackland. Mr. Lackland, could you come forward? Thank you. So, Mr. Lackland, so you have 2 minutes to ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Council's draft accounts published at 6 p.m. on the deadline date of the 30th of June 2025 revealed to the public for the first time that the Council has decided to write off £60 million of their loans to This Land Limited, plus an unquantified impairment of some or all of the £5.8 million equity holding in the company. These decisions were made, it turns out, on March the 11th, 2025, by the Executive Director of Finance and Resources under delegated authority of the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee. In addition, This Land's outstanding overdue interest payments of £6.8 million for 24-25 are now shown in the draft accounts as long-term debtors instead of current debts, where they should be. The Council's decision to write off the loans and impair the value of their equity appears to constitute an illegal subsidy under the UK Subsidy Control Act 2022, as it involves public resources, benefits an undertaking, provides a selective advantage, and has the potential to distort competition in the housing market. The ongoing secrecy around the decisions, the lack of transparent business case or restructuring plan, and the history of governance failures suggest that the Council may not have conducted a proper market economy operator principle assessment or followed subsidy control procedures, and that successive decisions are being driven by non-commercial motives rather than market-based reasoning. Previous reasoning to keep information confidential on the basis of commercial sensitivity clearly do not now apply, as no competitor has access to the bottomless largesse of the Council. Please could the Council commit to publishing a detailed justification of its March 2025 decisions, including a financial analysis showing that the write-off and impairment reflect market conditions, and thereby demonstrate to Cambridgeshire residents that there is evidence of compliance with legally binding subsidy control notification requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lackland. So, Councillor Nasinger, could you respond, please?
Thank you. I would like to start by assuring our council taxpayers that over the lifetime of the loans to the company, the County Council will have received more money back than it loaned. I would also like to clarify that this is a restructuring of the current funding package rather than a loan write-off. Although I can say that we do not expect all of the converted £59 million to be repaid, we are working hard to explore ways to reduce the impact and to make sure that the maximum amount is repaid. The issue lies with the way in which the original loans were structured, which was unusual for the local government sector and would be unheard of for any other company. The significant interest was charged from day one on all of the assets, instead of on a plot-by-plot and delivery of planning and infrastructure. And it means that the council has received significantly more interest up front, disadvantaging the cash flow of the company. It benefited the council through providing income that it was losing following sustained government cuts to our funding. Then came the pandemic and the economic crisis, which meant that site progression on the sale and costs rose. Site progression was delayed and sales and costs rose. And that is what has caused the company's cash flow risk. There has been a 42% increase in similar companies in the UK going into administration since 2022. So the fact that we have today a wholly owned company that is still working tirelessly to bring high quality homes, including affordable homes, forward is encouraging. Turning to your specific points, firstly, we have been transparent in our reporting at various stages in 2024 and 25 about the delays and the risks to interest payments from the company in that year. The updated loan and funding structure means that this interest foregone in that year will be recovered in later years, and under accounting rules, we are correct to class that as a long-term debt.
Councillor Nissing, it'd be on time, but I know it's an important topic.
Do you want me to pause and Councillor Lackland can ask?
Please wrap up as soon as you could. Thank you. But please continue.
I just will cover the subsidy point. Secondly, I can confirm that advice on subsidy control was a factor that was considered by the SR&P committee in its consideration of the restructuring, and it properly reached its decision. And I'll pause there.
Thank you. Mr. Lackland, yeah, you have a supplementary, which should be related to the original question at 1 minute. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. It's becoming increasingly clear that this land limited is a giant Ponzi scheme. Borrowed money was lent to this land on which the company could only afford interest payments, firstly by increasing their loan, and then when that was made unlawful, by selling off assets over which the council held a charge in order just to pay the interest. The write-off, decided in secret at the Strategy and Resources meeting, appears to have been deliberately withheld from the public before the election, lest it revealed the level of disaster facing the council. The way the loan has been converted to a grant does not align with accounting practices and has not been scrutinised by councillors nor shared with your shareholders, the electorate of Cambridgeshire. Councillors, you are being kept in the dark on the severity of this issue. Your leader has delegated all decisions on this matter to officers who are acting as if they have the authority to make multi-million-pound decisions unilaterally and in secret. I urge councillors of all parties to wake up and realise that your personal reputations are on the line. Make yourselves expert on what is going on in your name and get involved, please. The shareholder subcommittee must vote down this fraudulent business plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lackland. Councillor Nessinger, do you want to respond?
Yes, I will respond. Thank you. And I'll respond by saying, firstly, that I would never have set up the company in the way it was set up in the first place. And it is certainly the case that opposition parties did not agree with the way this company was set up. But since taking control of this council, it is absolutely untrue to say that we have handed everything over to officers. That is not the case. There has been scrutiny by councillors from across this council and across party over the last 4 years of the way in which the company was being managed. The company has always been managed, however dubiously it may have been originally set up, in order to provide the maximum benefit for the residents of Cambridgeshire. That may not always have been in the best interest of the company itself as a separate organisation, but it has always been managed in order to provide income to residents of Cambridgeshire, which has been spent providing services for residents of Cambridgeshire. I would echo your call, actually, for councillors across this organisation to understand what the company does and how its accounting works, because I think there is a responsibility on every member in this room to understand that, and I would completely encourage them to do so. And when they do so, they will understand how the company works and what it has been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lachlan, and thank you for coming today. Can I now ask Mr. Simon Payne to come forward and ask his question, please? Thank you. So welcome, Mr. Payne. You have 2 minutes to pose your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to express the widespread concern of residents in Histon and Impington about how proposed busway safety fencing is designed. The busway corridor is an important, heavily used village route with amenities and homes on both sides. It is a fundamental part of how we travel locally and how wildlife moves around and across the villages. Residents are concerned by the lack of detail provided in the proposals to fence the busway. This has been exacerbated by suggestions coming directly from the council that many of the commonly used crossing places local people use to move around the community and to engage with nature will be permanently closed off. Some of these paths have been used for over 140 years. A petition will shortly be submitted formally to the County Council entitled Save Access Across the Busway for People and Nature. Within the first 10 days of the petition being launched, we had over 1,700 signatures. This demonstrates the importance of these crossing points to the whole community. We have heard directly from locals with mobility issues, mental health concerns, young families and people whose physical health will be put at risk without this access. I therefore request that the Chair of the Highways and Transport Committee give an assurance that the proposed busway fencing in Histon and Impington will not close off existing well-used footpaths that allow residents to cross the busway to access nature, and also that the fencing will not be a barrier to wildlife.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beckett, I believe you're going to respond.
Thank you, Simon. Firstly, thank you for coming along, but thank you for taking the time to come and raise your question. I'm pleased to say that working with officers, while safety is the overriding purpose of the fencing, officers will seek to incorporate crossing points for any well-used footpaths wherever possible, and they will make sure that fencing is designed to facilitate wildlife crossing as appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Payne, do you have a supplementary?
I do. It's short. Thank you for the answer. Formal applications with extensive evidence have been made to the County Council to recognise that 3 existing paths that cross the busway at Manor Park, Histon, qualify as public rights of way. Officers have yet to give a commitment to process these applications quickly so that the results can inform the design of the busway fencing. Will the Chair of the committee ensure these applications are prioritised so that the outcome can be taken into account?
Thank you. Councillor Beckett, you have 1 minute.
Yes, I'm very happy to take that away, and I will get back to you with the results of those crossing points. Very happy to take that away.
Actually had 2 minutes, but thank you very much. Mr. Payne, thank you very much for coming, and thanks for your question. A really important topic. Thank you. Item 5. Item 5 on petitions allows a member of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions were received, so I will move to the next item. Before I proceed with the rest of the agenda, can I remind you about the audio and voting system? In order to register to speak, can you please raise your hand? And myself or my vice chair will add you to the list of speakers. When I invite you to speak, please press your mic button. If you wish to raise a point of order or point of personal explanation, you need to raise your hand. Do not press the button. I intend to be strict about raising a point of order or point of personal explanation. Raising a point of order means that the member believes there's been a breach of the Council's rules of procedure. So I'll require a member to indicate the rule of law which he or she considers has been broken. If this belief is challenged, I, as chair, are the final arbiter. Point of personal explanation may only relate to some material part of an earlier speech by the member raising the point which may appear to be misunderstood in the present debate. Again, I will be final arbiter. I'd also like to remind members that if a member rises on either of these points, any other member currently on their feet should immediately sit down until the point's been determined. All speeches from members should be addressed through myself as chair. Can I remind members of the Local Governments Association's Debate Not Hate campaign, which states that debating and disagreeing with one another is a very healthy part of democracy, but abuse and intimidation shouldn't be any part of our debate. Thank you. Item 6 is Treasury Management Outturn Update 24-25. This is a recommendation to full council from the Strategy, Resources and Performance Committee relating to the Treasury Management Outturn Update 24-25. Can I ask for the Chair of Strategy, Resources and Performance, Councillor Nessinger, to move that the recommendations set out on page 2 of the agenda be adopted, and ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Dupre, to second. Councillor Nessinger.
Happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Dupre.
And happy to second. Thank you.
Okay. Do any members wish to comment or debate the Treasury Management Outturn Update? In that case, we will move to the vote. There seems to be a general consensus in support of the motion. If anybody disagrees with this, please could you raise your hand now? I see no objections. So I will take the motion as carried. Thank you. Item 7 is the Independent Remuneration Panel review of members' allowances. Can I remind members, in order to avoid the need for each of you to individually declare an interest, the monitoring officer has issued a dispensation relieving all members from the requirement to disclose interest and the restrictions on participating in the debate. In order to facilitate the debate, I will have, as chair, proposed receipt of the report, recommendation A by the council, and will ask the vice chair to second this proposal. So accordingly, I move that the council formally receives the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel, and ask the vice chair to second.
Thank you. I will second that.
Thank you. I also propose, as chair of the council, to move recommendations B to F, as set out in the covering report, page 24, with the following clarifications. As I've received no amendments for this item, recommendation B to accept the panel's recommendations as they stand is proposed. Recommendation C is that the proposed new scheme will come into effect from the 15th of July this year, in other words, the date of this meeting. And recommendation D, that the existing members' allowances scheme will be revoked today as the date of this meeting. Can again ask the Vice Chair to second.
I am happy to second. Thank you.
So can I hear from any members who wish to debate this item, please? Oh. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is obviously an independent recommendation that's come to us, but despite it being independent, I honestly don't think it's right that we can accept a pay rise that is greater than any pay rise that our staff, our hardworking staff and officers are likely to receive. What's in front of us is for us as councillors to receive an 11% increase in our allowances, Chair, whilst the NGAC proposal is currently on the table is looking like our staff are only going to receive 3.2% increase in their pay. So I cannot support any recommendation that would mean that we get a larger pay increase than our staff would. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. I know I've made this speech before, but I'll do it again. I do believe that councillors should be remunerated for the work they do, and I do believe that everybody in here works very hard and deserves to be paid. But as it has been for a number of years now, things are very hard for the public. And if we increase what we pay ourselves, it sends a terrible message, even though I fully accept that it's a drop in the ocean compared to what the council spends. I just think it sends a bad message. What a better message would it send if everyone in this council all voted to not accept it because we want to have solidarity with the public. Imagine if every one of us voted, although we've been recommended a rise, we just won't take it this time. I just think that would be a much stronger thing for us to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Other contributions, please. Councillor Nessinger, thank you.
Thank you. My contribution will be very brief because I don't think this is a subject that any of us enjoy debating. I think for pretty much every councillor in this room, we would very much prefer that our allowances were set by somebody that was not us. It's always an incredibly difficult position that councillors are forced to be in when we are made to make decisions about our own remuneration. The part of that means that it's not us that is making this decision is that we have an independent panel who make recommendations. And throughout my time as a councillor, I have wanted to support the independent remunerations panel's work because of the fact that they are supposed to be independent. They go away and they do cross-checking across different what councillors get in different places. They check on, they make assumptions around how much of our work should be considered voluntary. That is their job. We should respect them in doing their job. So I will be supporting the recommendations from the independent remuneration panel because they are the independent panel, and I feel it is right that we should respect the work that they have done and take into account their recommendations. I find it slightly frustrating being lectured on this by the Conservative group in this meeting, because the one occasion when this council has not followed the recommendations of the independent remuneration panel was when the Conservative group in this council entirely rewrote the recommendations of the independent remuneration panel in order to increase their own allowances significantly and remove all of the allowances from the opposition councillors. It's a position that I now suspect that since they are in opposition, they have long regretted. But it does make me a little annoyed to be being lectured by them on not taking the views of the independent remuneration panel into consideration. So I hope very much that other councillors in this room will respect the work of the panel and will support the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dupre?
Thank you. I want to echo the leader's comments on that. I think the 2019 self-awarded increases by the Conservative administration of the time was an appalling instance of what happens when you don't stand by the principle that you should accept an independent recommendation, whatever it says on this matter. But there is a key point here. Who decides what the remuneration is for councillors? I do not believe it should be us, in the sense that although it has to be technically here, we, I think, should accept the recommendations of an independent panel that we have appointed and asked to do this. The other point I wanted to make was about the comparison with staff pay awards, because it's not a comparison that is appropriate in this situation. One of the things that I think is wrong is that councillor allowances are not pensionable. There was a brief period a number of years ago when they were. That was then snuffed out. And it is something that really inhibits younger people from coming forward to serve when they know that they may well lose pension entitlement in their employed time because they are giving so much of their time to do something that is in receipt of an allowance but is not actually a pensionable pay scheme. There also are issues of sick pay. There are, and I look round the age makeup of this, and I'm not sure that this is an entirely salient point, maternity pay. There are other issues where it is very clear that this is not, these allowances are not comparable to employment and to salaries, because the two things are entirely different, and I would ask members to bear that in mind. As the leader has said, this isn't comfortable for any of us, but I think, as 2019 shows, that once you open the floodgates to allow councillors to rewrite their own allowances scheme, you have a problem.
Thank you. Can I now ask Councillor Tong to speak?
Good morning. Now, I agree with Councillor Dupre's comments to an extent, because as a young person, I would say, I think it's really important that we do more to make politics accessible for everyone. And we need to make sure that all young people are being fairly paid for their work, because young people face quite a difficult situation at the moment, getting on, for example, the housing ladder and getting into work that actually provides them with the money that they need to live a happy and fulfilling life. The difficulty is, I think we are forgetting how many young council employees there are, and I really do empathise with the sentiment that not all employees of this council are receiving that same increase in pay. They're not receiving what I would consider a fair amount of remuneration for their work. And in, a dream world, it would be great to see councillors paid more. That's something I do want to see, and I'll hold my hands up to that. But it's about who we prioritise. And I think prioritising ourselves above everyone else at the council, as has been commented, it just sends a really bad look. And it comes across as a little out of touch. So myself, I won't be supporting these recommendations. That isn't to slight the independent remuneration panel. I think they've done a really good job writing their report. However, at the same time, it's a recommendation. It's not an order. We get the final say, and if we would like to override that for the good of people in the county who work for us. So I don't see any problem with what we're doing. I don't consider it rude in any way. I think this is the best decision to make for the good of everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Tong. Councillor Blatt.
Thank you, Chair. What I find really fascinating is how almost everyone, when you ask them, are like, well, we should encourage more people of working age in politics, we should encourage more women in politics, we should encourage more people of working class backgrounds into politics. But when we get to those debates, people who are previously like for independent review recommendations might be against just because they're on a different side of the administration now. I supported the independent review recommendations when in administration, and to be honest, I won't change my mind just because it's more convenient to change my mind when in opposition. And equally, I respect people who are against before in administration and against in opposition, people who keep their views consistent and not change their views depending on what's kind of convenient. Remuneration should not be an incentive for service as a councillor, nor should the lack of remuneration be a barrier. I think that's the key phrase in the report. I don't think anyone views being a councillor as a full-time income, and of course, many hours every single one of us puts is already within public service time. And of course, you might point at some examples of people who don't do as much work as perhaps the public would expect them to, but I would suggest that those comments are about how we manage our own candidate selection processes and accountability within our own groups, and this is only about what should be the appropriate remuneration for councillors. I want to just draw one comparison with councils of different administrations. So if you look in your paper, is Sussex County Council, Hampshire County Council, all with a higher allowance than what we're proposing today, run by different administrations. And actually, a very interesting example was from a new Reform Council in Kent, which had an allowance of about 17,000, and they recently voted to reduce the allowance, but they voted to reduce it by 5%, so leaving around 16,000, which is still much higher than what we're proposing here, what the independent recommendation is here today. And that 5% actually goes in member grants, which is a scheme we don't have in this council, which is something that I think is actually a good idea, but we don't have this, so we don't have a choice to reduce or not to have the increase and put it somewhere else, like in community projects or member grants, like in Kent County Council's case. So yes, I'm keeping my view consistent, and it's not an easy issue. I agree with the previous comments. I don't think councillors should vote on their own pay, and I think it should be a system UK-wide where allowances are actually consistent, because we end up with every single council debating this, and whoever is in administration or opposition can see the political advantages of making points for or against. So I will remain with my view consistent from 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boulat. Councillor Sam Hoy.
Thank you, Chair. So you can use whatever wording you like. You can say it's an independent panel, but the public don't focus on that. So in 2019, you're talking about the panel, but members of the public did not talk about the panel. What they talked about was the fact that we gave ourselves a 10% pay rise. Now, I very much regret voting for that. You know, I'm happy to say I made a mistake. I was wrong. I should not have voted that way. So, you know, I just want to clarify the point that Councillor Boulat made. I'm not changing my view because it's politically convenient. I'm changing my view because I was wrong. I should not have voted that way. And obviously, I don't have a time machine. I can't. If I did, it probably would be to do more important things than go back in time to a 2019 council meeting. But sometimes you do have to right your wrongs. And after we voted on that, and after I voted on that, I found it very hard to look residents in the eye because they were saying, you know, we are working really hard. We're working, particularly in speech, we're working in factories, we're working on these low wage jobs, and you've awarded yourself a 10% pay rise. So how could I today vote for an 11% pay rise and look those same residents in the eye? Even at the last election, so 5 years on, people were still raising that 10% rise with me. And so people will raise that with you, that 11% raise. So just be careful of that. And just one issue with what Councillor Dupre said about it not being tied to staff, I disagree with that because we need to show leadership. We are, as councillors, we are, you know, employees. We need to be showing leadership. We employ care staff, some of our lowest paid staff in the county. They're providing personal care to vulnerable people. And are we honestly saying that we deserve more of a pay rise than they do? Honestly, can we put our hands on our heart and say that? Because I just don't think we can.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hoy. Councillor Massini.
Chairman, thank you very much. I believe this is the first time I stand since you've been appointed, and therefore I should first of all start by saying congratulations. I think it's an excellent appointment and you'll do an excellent job. I should also raise the fact of how weird it feels to be standing up from this particular seat, but I will do my very best to do it justice. I will do my very best to keep my eyes on you and to make sure that my output is increasing the average of what came out of this seat previously. On the issue at hand, we have all group leaders, certainly, and I hope more than just group leaders, been interviewed by the panel. Every time that they come forward with a report every 4 years, you get interviewed. And I personally, when I was interviewed, I was honest. I was honest about the hours that I did as a member of the administration over 4 years. I was honest about my expectations for what was going to come now that I'm in opposition. Having been in opposition before, I knew that it would be a different number of hours. And, you know, I was also honest about the amount of hours, unpaid hours that I take. There is legal provision for people to take unpaid hours from their job when they serve on the council. And the number of hours I have to take to attend the meetings that I have to attend, the hourly rate I'm on, and whether or not the allowance I get actually makes up for the hours I lose. And these are factors, and they are factors that are quite relevant to people of working age in full-time jobs that take on this role. And I would just like to actually, you know, make members in this chamber think, you know, what would happen last time my workplace did a pay review, which they do every once in a while, if I had been called into HR and said, look, you know, we've reviewed the pay bands. This is your role. This is what we propose that you are paid. But we would like you to consider, given that pay rises are percentage, and therefore, when you're receiving a percentage, it's always a percentage of how big the number was in the first place. This is the percentage you're getting. This is the percentage somebody on minimum wage in a different job would get. Do you not feel guilty about that? Would you not perhaps give up on the increase that we are proposing that you get? How would a member in this chamber feel if the HR department was doing that to me in my job? It is absolutely very important. And there is another comment I would like to respond to. Just because we vote on it in a different way, it doesn't mean that there is a prioritization of our pay compared to our council staff pay. And I am hoping that the councillor in question, after having been through the budget cycle the first time, will get a different idea as to what and how we prioritize financial decisions of that nature, because it is absolutely not true. And in fact, I would not encourage this council to bring the pay of our staff to a vote every single time, because that would make the situation even worse. Here's what I will say in closing. If, you know, we live in a very, very bad climate politically, I mean, I would say that I've had very bad experiences myself. It's not just about allowances, but they are a very handy tool for that particular situation. If you treat politicians not as people who work, but as people who don't deserve to be paid, don't deserve fair remuneration for what they do, should compare themselves less favorably to people on different kinds of wages. If you think politicians only deserve scorn and abuse, then this is what you'll get. You get what you pay for. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Massini. I don't believe I have any other speakers on this, and therefore we will need to take a vote. Mrs. Rowe, could you start the vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote.
Thank you. Could you give us the result of the vote? Thank you.
Chair, the result of the vote is 42 votes in favour, 12 votes against and 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, members. I think that was a good debate. Item 8 on our agenda is the Constitution and Ethics Committee recommendations and proposed changes to the Constitution. So these recommendations from the full Council from the Constitution and Ethics Committee are on page 76 of your agenda. Can I ask the Chair of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, Councillor Sanderson, to move the recommendations as set out, and the Vice Chair, Councillor Dupre, to second?
Thank you, Chair. I so move the recommendations.
Councillor Dupre?
Thank you, Chair. I second the recommendations.
Thank you. Can I invite any speakers or anyone wishing to debate the proposals under item 8? Thank you. There seems to be a general consensus in support of the motion. If anyone disagrees, please raise their hand now. I see no objections, and therefore we will take the motion as carried. Thank you. Item number 9 is the Health Scrutiny Annual Report. In the Health Scrutiny Annual Report 24-25 is included in your agenda on pages 87 to 109. Can I ask the previous chair of the Adults and Health Committee, Councillor Richard Howitt, who was chair for the time period of this report, to move the receipt of the report?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to thank the new administration for asking me to present this, even though it relates to the last year of the former council. Thank you for your generosity in doing that. And I hope all members, new and past, will be impressed by both the breadth and the depth of the work that the County Council's Health Scrutiny function did in the last municipal year. We dealt with some of the most critical issues within the health service locally and for the public who we represent. We dealt with urgent and emergency care, with the issue of backlogs of ambulances dropping off at hospital emergency departments, a source of genuine concern, and where we sought to provide recommendations to help relieve and manage winter pressures in advance of winter itself. We expressed concern about the fact that the East of England ambulance service was dropping patients after a maximum of 45 minutes, even if the emergency department hadn't received them. And I think that's a concern that we would persist in putting over. As far as the Cambridge and Peterborough NHS Foundation Trust is concerned, we had a long and serious discussion about the mental health crisis, both locally and nationally, and about the very sensitive issue of excess suicides, which occurred under CPFT's watch. They didn't just occur under CPFT's watch, they occurred under our watch as the body responsible for scrutinising. And I think, although we got some answers on that day, there was still a lack of candidness in terms of the responses that we've got. We had similar problems in relation to the maternity services department within the departments within the county and excess deaths in childbirth. In contrast, I really welcome the amount of information and cooperation that we got from the health colleagues there in relation to that, and I have every confidence in how the service there undertook its responses. I was also very pleased by the session we had on health inequalities. There's an important role that this council's own Director of Public Health has in that respect, but to ask the Integrated Care Board what they were doing on inequalities, and to see both in terms of geography and social groups the extra efforts that they are both undertaking and will undertake, I was extremely pleased and welcome all of that. Overall, the response from health partners in attending and responding was excellent during the year. You'll see some of the feedback from them in the report. I do place on record my thanks to all of them. I would also like to thank all of the county members who've been involved. It's a very inclusive process. I will put in a special word for my former colleague, Councillor Susan van der Ven, who I work very closely with, and she with me, in delivering this function. She was a great champion of it. I place special thanks to the city and district representatives who work as equal partners with us in undertaking this function. And the council, forgive me if I place special thanks to Rashonda Greenhill, our Democratic Services Officer, who's been a brilliant partner in overseeing the whole process. We have continued some innovations during the course of the last year, including prior site visits before the formal scrutiny session, and we've done that on 3 occasions, and I hope that that will continue. We've also invited more input from our senior officers, both in adult social care and public health. This is a member-led process, but members benefit from the advice of officers, and that advice has helped us in this process. I hope that will continue. We've also brought in a separate web page on the County Council's website, which again hopefully improves transparency and accountability. I hope that those innovations will continue, and indeed, as I've discussed with the leader of the council, that the work of the liaison groups, which is an important part of the scrutiny function, will be put on a firmer footing. I think the new arrangements that are likely to emerge for the Integrated Care Board and the, in my view, regrettable loss of Health Watch are going to make some major changes locally, and I guess that those changes may be subject to scrutiny in the future too. Reiterating my thanks, I hope that you will enjoy reading this report, and I thank the councillors for listening to this short speech.
Bang on time, Councillor Howitt. Well done. There's no seconder required for this because it's a receipt of the report. Do any members wish to comment or make any observations about the report? Councillor Black.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to say I think Richard has done a great job as chair of this committee, and his knowledge and enthusiasm have enthused me and been crucial in making it a success. And I too have been very impressed by the health professionals that we have engaged in this. What I'd like to say, though, is it does seem to me that we spend a lot of time scrutinising the NHS, a benign organisation, and despite 15 years of neglect and underfunding, one which the council does not fund, is an institution of which British people are very proud, and one that does its best for patients and generally provides good outcomes. Yet, when people come out of hospital, especially the elderly, they often become the responsibility of the social care sector, large parts of which are funded by councils like ours, and in fact, by far the largest item of our council's expenditure. And a lot of this money goes straight through our hands to private companies, which exist to make a profit, which is their priority rather than looking after people. And these outcomes often fall far short of which we would wish. And we've had companies recently who have disgracefully let down people who needed their care. Yet we seem to exercise comparatively little scrutiny over these businesses to which we pay such a lot of money. And in the health sector, it does seem to me that the problems come with privatisation, and I'm not convinced that we have the systems to properly look at the privatised businesses.
Sorry, could you sit down for a second? I'm not totally sure that all your narrative relates to the receipt of the health scrutiny annual report. So could you make sure that you do confine comments to that? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as I was saying, I feel that our scrutiny should be focusing on the privatising businesses and the way that competition and commission is working or failing to work. So, for instance, when we're looking at the East of Anglia Ambulance Health Service Trust, the Ambulance Service Trust, I was concerned that they'd not even put in a bid to retain the non-blue lights and passenger transport ambulances in-house. The reason being it could not compete on wages as it was paying NHS rate. And county by county, this service is being taken over by a company called eMed, owned in Florida, who have been advertising ambulance drivers' jobs at pennies above minimum wage. And essentially money that would have paid the wages of British ambulance drivers is being diverted to the profits of a huge company based in Florida, USA. And there is de-skilling and a lot of expertise that I'd like to see us scrutinising.
Councillor Black, could you sit down again? I'm sorry, but from what I read in the Health Scrutiny Annual Report, not all of these items are relevant to that. I'm sorry. Do you want to have one last chance to make reference to the Health Scrutiny Report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think the point I'm likely to make is I feel that brilliant as the work that the Health Scrutiny Committee does, I feel there's a focus this council needs to think about of whether we're really spending the time we do on the right places. So that's my comment on the Health Scrutiny Report.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Ross Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair. And to touch on the point that Councillor Black just made at the start, I think part of the role of this council is to scrutinise the NHS, so I think it's the right thing to be doing. And while I wasn't present in the chamber to participate in last year's scrutiny, it is clear from the report that there was a significant effort made to uphold the integrity of our health services across the county. The scrutiny of maternity care, urgent and emergency services, mental health provision, and health inequality reflects on the thoughtful selection of pressing issues that affect communities across every demographic. I particularly welcome the committee's increased focus on health inequalities and the evident effort to listen to lived experience of underrepresented voices. The engagement with groups such as Speak Out Cambridgeshire and Health Watch, as well as the pre-scrutiny visits to frontline services, marks a shift towards a more inclusive and evidence-informed scrutiny, which I wholly support. These are practices I wholly support, and I hope expand in the future. However, as an opposition leader, it is my duty not only to recognise the good work, but to also highlight areas where scrutiny must go further. I am deeply concerned, for example, about the postponed sessions on health scrutiny for people with learning disabilities. The disparity in life expectancy of this group is a long-standing concern, and any delay, regardless of the justification, risks signalling a lack of urgency. If elected representatives cannot prioritise these most at risk, we are failing our fundamental duties. Similarly, the report outlines systemic pressures in urgent care and mental health service issues that cannot be resolved, obviously, through scrutiny alone. These require robust political will, funding, and a willingness to challenge both local delivery bodies and national policy where necessary. My group will not shy away from holding the administration to account on these matters and what they are doing to influence a necessary change. I note the efforts to improve the committee's way of working, including the introduction of formal scoping process, regular training, and the health scrutiny recommendations tracker. These are pragmatic steps that improve transparency and accountability. As an opposition group, we will support enhancements that will make scrutiny more impactful, but we will also press for bolder outcomes, especially when recommendations are ignored, delayed, or inadequately implemented. Looking ahead, I believe that scrutiny must become more ambitious. Changing landscapes of the Integrated Care Board, the evolving pressures from population growth, and the financial constraints on local authorities all demand a scrutiny model that is not only reactive, but anticipatory. Finally, I'd like to put on record my thanks for all members and co-opted representatives who served on the committee. Their work laid a foundation that we must now build on, looking at the items ahead in this agenda. Health scrutiny must never be an exercise of formality. It must be a force for challenge and improvement. Those should be our guiding principles in the year ahead. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of points which Councillor Black started with. The first one I agreed with, that Councillor Howard, I think, has done an excellent job as chair of the Health Scrutiny Group, and the report that he's done is very thorough. Councillor Howitt, is the representative on the Adult Social Care Committee, which I chair. Councillor Black is his sub. And I think between the two of them, they do address all the issues which Councillor Black is concerned about the commissioning of services and the like. So all the points which Councillor Black is trying to raise about the health scrutiny report are covered adequately, in my view, in the Adult Social Care Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Are there any other members who wish to comment or debate this item? Members, there's no decision required on this, as the proposal is simply to move receipt of the report, which I so do. Thank you. Item number 10, members, is allocation of seats and substitutes of political groups in accordance with the political balance. So I move the allocation of seats and substitutes on committees to political groups in accordance with the political balance rules. And this is set out in the report on pages 110 to 117. I move that that be approved. And I think my Vice Chair will second.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad to second.
Do any members wish to debate item 10? If there are no objections, then I will take this motion as carried. Thank you, members. So item 11, we'll get a chance to talk about Councillor Howard again. Can I ask for nominations of the Chair and Vice Chair of Health Scrutiny Committee for the ensuing municipal year, as set out in the report on page 118. I think, Councillor Nessinger, you're going to propose.
I'm happy to propose. I think Councillor Machine is going to second.
Can I clarify the proposal? That is that Councillor Howitt be proposed as chair and Councillor Bradnam as vice chair. Councillor Dupre, I believe you will second.
Happy to second, Chair.
So are there any nominations for other than Councillor Howitt as chair and Councillor Bradnam as vice chair? Therefore, I'd like to formally declare that the Chair and Vice Chair of Health and Scrutiny until the annual meeting this time next year in 2026 will be Councillor Howitt as Chair and Councillor Bradnam as Vice Chair. Item 12 is... sorry?
May I just say thank you? I think that's not undue in this circumstance.
Nominate somebody else, Councillor Howard. Thank you very much. And obviously your work is highly valued. Item 12 is appointment to outside bodies. I propose to move as chair that the recommendation set out in the report on page 119 be approved, with the inclusion of Councillor Ross Martin as a fourth representative for this municipal year only. Can I ask the Vice Chair, Councillor Sanderson, to second this?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second.
Do any members wish to debate the appointments to outside bodies? So there seems to be general consensus in support of the motion. However, if anybody disagrees, please raise their hand now. Thank you. So I see no objections, so we will take this motion as carried. Thank you, members. Item 13, we now move to motions. So 5 motions have been submitted as part of our business today. The first is, and I will, will be proposed by, Councillor Lucy Nessinger. So I would like to ask her to speak to a motion as set out on pages 3 to 4 of the Council agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm delighted to propose this motion. I need to confess that this motion was originally drafted by 2 councillors who are no longer members of this august chamber, and therefore I need to thank them for their work in bringing it together. Councillor Susan van der Ven and Councillor Andrew Wood worked on this motion in the previous council and submitted it before the council meeting in March, in around February, but unfortunately the motion log was already full for March, which is why it's come to this meeting. The issues that they wanted to address, however, are perhaps even more urgent 5 months on, and they have certainly not gone away. The crisis in primary care in Cambridgeshire remains extremely serious, and a combination of policies being pursued by the Labour government are in danger of making that crisis even worse than it already is. I know that's not the intention of this government, but it is often the unintended consequences of government policies which are not joined up across departments, which have the most devastating impact on the ground. In this case, the policies that are not being considered jointly are the continuing push for more house building, which in particular in Cambridgeshire seems to be being driven ever harder and faster, alongside the removal of a much more local-based decision-making within the NHS. Taken independently, I do understand the arguments for both policies. We do need more houses. We need more house building across Cambridgeshire. We have a housing crisis in Cambridgeshire, as we do in much of the UK. But the increased level of house building and the rapid growth in our population, alongside an ageing population and increasing complexity of health need across our population, whether across the older population or indeed younger people, is meaning that the pressure on primary care seems to grow greater every year. And the pressure on GP surgeries and on dental care in particular is getting ever more severe. The local surgery in Cambourne, the area I now represent, is a classic example, but I know that many members across this council will have similar stories about the difficulties that are being faced by their local GP practices. The surgery in Cambourne is excellent. It is much needed and much used by the growing population there. And Cambourne is lucky in being one of the first new communities to have a surgery, and that the surgery is co-located with other local services in what in some ways is an exemplar model. However, as Cambourne continues to grow, and it continues to grow extremely fast, the surgery needs more capacity and more space. Ironically, that space is available in the current building. It's even a building that's owned by this council, but getting the agreement from the NHS and the ICB to expand the capacity and for permission to for capital expenditure by the general practice is extremely difficult. And it's getting that joined up thinking across the requirement for growth, the need for more housing, but the fact that that needs to go alongside investment in our primary care, which is so important, and which, as I still don't have any confidence, is being addressed in a joined up way by the current government. So I hope this council will unite in supporting this motion. I know it's a problem that many councillors in this room face. I'm very grateful to Susan and Andrew for the work they did in bringing this together. And I think it's important that we pass this motion now. I hope it will get as much support as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singer. I believe Councillor Navarro, you wish to second.
Yes, Chair.
Do you want to speak now or reserve your right?
Can I speak now, Chair, please?
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I am pleased to second this motion and thank Councillor Netzinger for bringing it forward. As Vice Chair of Adults Health, I know how essential primary care is to the health and well-being of our residents. Yet, in too many cases, the infrastructure simply isn't keeping pace with rapid growth. Northstowe, a new town in my division, is a prime example. Thousands of residents and still no functioning GP, dental services, and no pharmacy. Without urgent reform to how we plan and fund primary care services, particularly in fast-growing areas like ours, we risk letting down the very communities we are trying to build. I urge this council to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Navarro. Do you have other speakers? Councillor Sieff, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. It is unconscionable that in the second quarter of the 21st century, in what is supposed to be an advanced nation, citizens are enticed by glossy marketing literature and exaggerated promises of a better life. They move to what is supposed to be modern housing developments and find that they have difficulty in registering with the GP practice. And if they are lucky enough to be registered, then they may have to take their chances in long waits early in the morning to get an appointment, or indeed days. Because those surgeries are now operating pretty well across Cambridgeshire to capacity. I'm not sure why home buyers' searches, legal searches, do not identify this sort of problem. The availability of healthcare seems to me one of the first inquiries that should be made by lawyers looking at prospective purchasers, but particularly where they've got dependents, and so I think that addressing that would certainly drive the market and concentrate the minds of the planners, who are more often than not only focused on meeting government house building targets. The costs of social infrastructure, including healthcare facilities, have to be covered in one way or another by residents. They either pay it through to the developers through house prices, or to the planning authorities through council or other taxes. Clearly, developers are not going to do anything that they're not obligated to do. And in fact, there's no statutory obligation on NHS or PCNs to ensure that there are those facilities available. So it's up to the planning authorities to negotiate mechanisms to determine the needs and negotiate sensible mechanisms through Section 106 for ensuring that they are adequately met. On the whole, it seems that they're not very good at it. In places like Wintringham, a development of 2,800 homes, half of which have now been built, that's on the eastern edge of St Neots, the Section 106 agreement provides for scheme preparation for NHS approval of a health centre, not its delivery, only after 1,300 homes have been occupied, and then only after the acquisition of a site, a neighbouring site for development, after 400 homes have been occupied. My colleague, Councillor Kane, who stands for that division, informs me that many of the residents in her division, St Neots East, instead of being able to use the St Neots Health Centre, which is a very, very good centre, but full to capacity, go to Great Staunton and Little Paxton to obtain registration. And that's 6 miles in either direction, which is fine if you've got a car and if you're able to drive a car. Even more egregious is the development of 5,000 homes in Peterborough, but on the Huntingdonshire border. It is well underway, that development, with many houses in occupation. There was no Section 106 agreement for health provision, and with no mitigation or even liaison between the two councils, Peterborough and Huntingdonshire, the closest surgery is in Yaxley, which places pressure on the local surgery there. Councillor Andrew Wood, former Councillor Andrew Wood, tells me that the only gentle persuasion by the ICB has resulted in a goodwill offer of facilities from the developer, albeit undefined and at an indeterminate date for delivery. With tens of thousands of new homes being called to be built in Cambridgeshire within the next 4 years, without appropriate governmental action, we can expect these problems to proliferate. In a civilised society, it should go without saying that everyone must be able to access primary care from the day they move into any home. And perhaps the benefit of LGR might be that we might get some more joined up thinking. And I note that the Fit for Future proposal by the government for a 10-year programme for improving health outcomes envisages the sort of neighbourhood health scheme, health centre, that would go a long way to realising the aim of universal access. However, there are many ifs and buts along that route, and I think that everyone could learn from the lessons from Trumpington, where many years ago, in anticipation of the development to come, district and county councillors were able to authorise the rental of a porter cabin and persuade a GP from Shelford to set up a temporary branch. until more permanent polyclinic could be established. I suspect that our MPs and ministers are acutely aware of the specific cases.
Thank you, Councillor Sif.
But can I urge us all to support this motion before the
Thank you.
situation gets even worse?
Many thanks. I may not have got my speaker order totally correct, but I think it's Councillor Manning next.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Nsinga mentioned the lack of joined-up thinking. I think the actual lack of joined-up thinking here is between national government and local government. I obviously think national government doesn't seem to understand what local government actually does in delivering the detail of these developments on the ground. I represent a division called Chesterton in the north of Cambridge. Right near us, we've got a thing coming called NECAP. That's not the Irish rap band, it's the North East Cambridge Area Action Plan, which is going to have 7,000 homes in an area that's already heavily impacted by health inequalities. We have a large number of traveller communities there, and I won't go through all the same points that Councillor Sif made, but many of the same challenges exist. And I just wanted to finish by pointing out that this is, as worded, a very non-political motion. It doesn't lay blame on any previous governments for all the problems we've got leading up to this. So I'd hope that is a way that everyone in this chamber can vote for this motion and support it, and I hope you do. Thank you.
Admirably brief. Thanks, Councillor Manning. On my next speaker is Councillor Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do rise on this occasion to speak against the motion, not because I disagree with the need for better primary care, but more because I think that this motion misses the point and misses the actual issue behind what we've got in front of us today. The motion points the finger at planning, at Section 106 for developers and slow infrastructure delivery, but from experience, that isn't the issue. In Sawtry, where I'm the district councillor, we had a site allocated for a new GP surgery. We had money provided under Section 106, but the ICB turned around and said no. Why did the ICB turn around and say no? Because of the Carhill formula, which funds primary care and GP services. The Carhill formula, which is used to allocate funding for GP practices across the country, was designed over 20 years ago, using data from the late 1990s and early 2000s. Yeah, that's right. We have a system which is meant to be fairly distributing funds, is still relying on assumptions about population, deprivation, and health needs from over 2 decades ago, some of which was before I was born. It doesn't reflect today's demographic, let alone the extraordinary rate of growth and change in Cambridgeshire. What this means in practice is that our region, which has seen massive housing developments and an influx of young families and growing diversity in the population's health needs, is still being funded as though we live in 2001. No wonder GP practices are overstretched. No wonder infrastructure cannot keep pace, and no wonder GPs are struggling to deliver the care our residents deserve. The planning system and Section 106 agreements may need reforming. I completely agree with that, but they cannot and will not solve the fundamentally broken funding formula. We cannot build strong foundations if we're still pouring from a cracked pipe. It's also worth noting that Carhill severely undervalues deprived and high growth areas, exactly like parts of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. And I know if Councillor George was here, he'd be talking about the Oxmoor estate in Huntingdon, which is a prime example of that. The formula doesn't properly weigh for the actual lived complexities of cases GPs are now dealing with: mental health issues, chronic illness, language barriers, social care links. And that's before we look at factors such as the digital divide and ageing populations in our rural areas, or cross-border impacts that are briefly mentioned but not seriously addressed in this motion. The Carhill formula is the biggest single barrier to fair funding for GP practices. Until it's overhauled, all the developer contributions and infrastructure planning in the world will not fix the daily struggles of surgeries trying to serve more patients with less money. So, Chair, I cannot support this motion as it essentially lets government off the hook Writing letters to MPs without demanding reform to Carhill is like sending a firefighter into a fire with a bucket and no water. We must be honest about what's really holding our primary care system back. And that starts with calling for an urgent, data-driven overhaul of the Carhill formula, not chasing marginal gains through outdated planning tools. For that reason, I urge colleagues to vote against this motion and instead think again and call for a new one that gets to the heart of the issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. I don't hate this motion. I think it's fairly bland and simplistic, but there's nothing in it for me to particularly vote against. But I am a little frustrated. And the reason I feel frustrated is because, like a number of the motions that are going to come before us today, it goes on to identify a lot of problems that it sees. And then the solution is to write a letter to government. Now, there are lots of problems in our county that we have direct jurisdiction over, which we could be discussing and proposing solutions for. But instead, we only ever seem to want to recommend writing a letter to government. Now, I'm not saying that these discussions don't have value. It's nice for our residents to see that we share their concerns on issues. And I know it gives everybody a chance to stand up and give a speech and put something in their newsletter, but it doesn't deliver anything. And it doesn't deliver anything because the government, not just the Labour government, but all governments, couldn't care less what we say. If our chief executive writes them a letter, it is not going to change their policy. You all know it isn't going to. They don't care. They've got their, for whatever reason, they've got their plans in place, and a letter from us is going to change nothing. So whilst I'm not opposed to motions of this type, I just think we're now having too many of them when we could be discussing matters that actually affect our residents, that we actually can change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Howitt.
Thank you. I'm pleased to say the Labour Group fully supports this resolution. I think it's a deep shame that it doesn't have all party support here today. And I would say to Councillor Martin, with through you, Chair, with deepest respect, that the Conservatives were in power for 13 years and had the chance to change the Carhill formula and didn't do so. And that in this government's 10-year plan, they are going to review the formula already. It's listened to and heard before it's even been said, because it's the right thing to do. And I don't really want to help the Conservatives too much, frankly, Chair, but they could have put an amendment, couldn't they? And there could be all-party support for a resolution, but they chose not to do it and just to be oppositionalist. And I think that doesn't bear well for this council as it should. In terms of the resolution, there's some very sensible points in it about changes both to the planning system and to capital allocation. And I think the clear motivation to ensure that in Cambridge growth areas, the proper provision of GP practices is realised, and that those changes would be practical solutions to help move towards that. Those are all very good reasons to support it. My Lib Dem colleagues, I understand you making demands yourselves of the government, but I will say that the 3% real terms increase for every year of this Parliament for the NHS, after the years of chronic underfunding, the fact that under the previous government there were 1,000 GPs a year who qualified from training but weren't given a job because there's no money to pay them. That's been put right. Already 1,500 new GPs have been recruited, and an extra 1,000 GP trainees per year have gone into education. And I do thank Councillor Seif, who quite rightly says that the new government's 10-year plan does envisage this move to local neighbourhood and to neighbourhood health. He is right to say that. I thank him for saying it, and it is something I would hope on which we can all be agreed.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Howitt. Councillor Billat.
Point of personal explanation, if I may. Councillor Howitt made the point that Conservatives were voting against this motion. I did not say I was. That was basically a completely false statement he made. Only two Conservatives have spoke. One didn't say they supported it. One said broadly they do. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Billat.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think one of the issues with having a motion asking for a letter is that it's very easy to transform this into a national level debate on health funding. So I'll make a couple of more local points as well as like a point on the letter. So the average number of patients per GP in England has risen by about 17% since 2015. And in my area in Huntingdonshire, many GP practices are taking more than 1,000 patients each per GP. So for example, in St. Ives, the surgeries that my residents use 1,500 patients on average per GP in one surgery, 1,300 in another one in St. Ives as well. And the list goes on, and you can see this data is publicly available. It has gone worse over time, but is not as bad as in other areas of the UK where the average is around 2,000 as well. However, as mentioned in the debate, with the growing population being the fastest growing county, the planned growth, we cannot see the situation realistically improving without addressing the outdated funding system. And just a few days ago, I visited one of the practices, the Grove Medical Practice in St. Ives, to speak to the local GP partner there about the national and the local challenges as well. ARS funding, the challenges in mental health assessment and provision, and the very limited services. But one of the important points for our area, I think, is around what factors do count in how we allocate funding. And one of the focus of the government now is to roll out those neighborhood health services, which Councillor C first mentioned and Councillor Howitt commented on. This is a really, really good development. And of course, I also welcome the additional 4 million appointments since July, which was double the initial target. However, one of the barriers that was mentioned in my conversations with the local GP partner to deliver those neighborhood hubs is actually the availability of suitable locations, as well as the overall funding model. And this is where I think we can have some influence in our advocacy we can do as local councillors, and hopefully see neighborhood health services in Cambridgeshire supporting our residents in the future and build up on some existing good practice that exists in some parts of the county. So the announcement is 42 sites across the country planned to start in September, but this rollout will first focus on the areas of deprivation. And I think alongside deprivation, which is really important to address, the aging population is a massive factor, and there's so many towns and villages in Cambridgeshire, which will not necessarily be categorized as the most deprived areas, but access to health is really, really difficult, especially for elderly residents with reduced mobility who find themselves in so many villages with no access to public transport or very, very limited access to public transport to their nearest GP. And it's made even more difficult in areas where we have still, unfortunately, limited connectivity. So accessing any type of online system or even getting a call back from the GP practice becomes increasingly more difficult. So given the motion asks for this letter as the main outcome, so the main purpose is representation and advocacy, I do hope the letter can also welcome the government's 10 years health plan, the rollout of neighborhood services, and highlighting those challenges, especially around accessibility to GP services in rural areas, limited connectivity, as well as the transport links as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dupre.
Thank you, Chair. The initial speakers in this debate rightly commented on GP provision and primary care services in new and growing areas such as Cambourne, Northstowe and St Neots, and they are absolutely right. The problems of general practice and access to primary care also feature for established communities as well. In East Cambridgeshire, the Staplow Medical Centre in Soham is famously straining at the seams with the number of patients that it's expected to cope with far beyond what it was built for, and has been facing challenges as it seeks to resolve its planning application for new facilities and funding to very much expand what it can offer. Meanwhile, in my own the division of Sutton, residents were absolutely aghast just 2.5 years ago to learn that our GP practice was going to close. And we had very little notice of that, with the threat that patients would be scattered to the four winds. We managed as a community to reverse that decision, for which I and residents are eternally grateful. But what that did lead to was a health scrutiny exercise, which I'm very grateful to Councillor Howitt for having put on the work plan of the Adults and Health Committee. And part of that scrutiny revealed just how many GP practices across Cambridgeshire are vulnerable at the moment. We don't, there wasn't a list there of which they were, but there was a RAG rating in the reports that came to the scrutiny committee, and a large number of practices across our county were regarded as being vulnerable in one way or another. That does need to be resolved. People need access to health, and they need access to health facilities in their communities. And what I would like to conclude by saying is that we do need to be asking government to think more imaginatively, and we do need the health system to be more imaginative about bringing more procedures and more screening and diagnostics out of large remote hospitals and into communities. We're very pleased indeed to have the diagnostics facility in Ely now, which is a fantastic thing. But we have lost other services where GP practices used to have, like in Littleport, additional minor procedures units that then were no longer available. There are opportunities there, I think, to bring other procedures, not just the initial primary care, much closer to home. And I think that would solve some of our transport problems as well as improve access to primary care for many people.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Cambridgeshire is a very attractive place to live, and as such is seeing significant amounts of growth. This is especially true in Castle Division, where I represent, where we have both the Eddington and Darwin Green developments. These developments are fantastic additions to the existing communities of Castle. They brought new facilities like the Sainsbury's in Eddington, new commuting routes like the Greenway in Darwin Green, and new green spaces like the Brookleys Lakes. I welcome these developments, and I'm pleased to see such significant house building across Cambridgeshire. However, whilst these developments have brought many positives, health infrastructure has too often failed to be delivered in adequate timescales. Residents of Castle know this all too well, with the long-promised GP in Eddington still unopened, almost 10 years since the first residents moved in. This has put strain on the Huntingdon Road surgery and its satellite surgery in Girton. Residents of Castle in the new developments and in existing houses are feeling the impact of this. The current system does not account for impacts on residents outside of new developments, nor does it create a process through which to ensure that health infrastructure like GP practices are opened early on in new developments. Councillor Netzinger's motion seeks to address this, and therefore I urge all colleagues to support this motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Osborne.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. I live in March, and there are 3 surgeries in March that are actually on the brink of closing, mainly because they can't get GPs. For example, my own surgery, there are 3 GPs there, there should be 6. My own GP has been working up until midnight and sometimes past that time to cope with referrals and paperwork, etc. So it's all well and good, and I would support this motion. But if you haven't got the staff to put in there, then it's pointless doing it. And I believe also that surgeries should be prerequisite on planning, like it is with a fire, like all facilities, schools. And what's worrying is we've probably had 300 to 400 houses this last 12 months built in March. There's another 1,000 scheduled to go on West March. Who's going to be their services? Who's going to look after them health-wise? And it's a big concern. So, yeah, it's a breaking point for GPs. And it's all well and good building these surgeries if we haven't got staff to man them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tong.
Now, I really am in support of this motion, as I imagine many people in the room are. I think it addresses a very desperate problem, which is a lack of access to health services, which are so important. And we are already seeing these services stretched to their absolute limit. I was reminded earlier by one of my colleagues, Councillor Rees, that in the north of Cambridge, where Abbey is, the ward I represent, the division, sorry, there is a 12-year healthy life expectancy gap between the north of the city and the south of the city. People in the north live 12 years shorter of healthy lives, which is just absolutely terrible, completely reprehensible, and something that desperately needs to be addressed. One of the main reasons for this is a lack of access to infrastructure. And I fear with the current growth trajectory in Cambridge, we're only going to see this problem get worse. We are seeing more and more stretching of our key services. And that's just going to hit the most vulnerable communities the hardest. I am really happy to support this motion. I also want to address a bit of a motif that's running throughout some other councillors' comments, which is, what about this problem? What about that problem? And I think these do actually address quite important points. I have often complained about the outdated formulas used for funding, and there's definitely a problem with staffing shortages. That's absolutely the case. But I don't see how that's mutually exclusive with this motion. This motion isn't saying don't do that. It's just saying there are big issues with the planning system that need to be addressed related to this problem. And on top of that, you can always submit an amendment. That's what an amendment's for. And I'm sure many of us in this room would probably be happy to support an amendment that is trying to expand on this motion and incorporate some of these issues. I think our duty is to be a voice for residents. And although national government won't always listen to the letters we send and what we have to say, I do think it is a responsibility we hold to try and do that, to stand up and draw attention to these problems so that at least if it isn't acted on, it's national government choosing to do that, not out of ignorance. And if we don't see this problem addressed, then we can do more to hold them to account come the next general election.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tong. I have Councillor Goldsack, and I'd like to move to the vote, if that's okay with the members after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a short one from me. Councillor Dupre mentioned Soham. I'm not going to go over the facts because she explained it quite well, to be perfectly honest. But Soham is my ward. I will be supporting the motion because I think it's a step in the right direction, but it's another motion that stops at the writing of a letter. In the debate, we've had many action calls. I hope the letter includes the action calls because they should have been in the motion. But I take the criticism that maybe we had an opportunity to put an amendment forward and we haven't done that, because I think there would have been consensus on more probing actions for this council. But I think as a lesson, we should be looking at this. 4 of the 5 motions today are letters to ministers. You know, let's do what we came here to do, and let's do some actions ourselves and improve the lives of our residents in doing that, rather than just giving the new pen every year to our chief executive for him to write our letters. Thank you.
I'm sorry, he only gets 1 pen a year. Mrs. Rowe, could we move to a vote? Sorry. Oh, very sorry. Councillor Singer, you get the right to respond.
I do,
Beg your
and I
pardon.
won't be very long. So I am really disappointed. I'm very surprised to hear that Councillor Martin will not be supporting this. I think I think there's a real missed opportunity there, because if there were things that you wanted to have included in the motion, and your points about the Carhill formula are very well made, they could have been added and we could have had a more united view on it. So I thank Councillor Goldsack for his comments, and I think please another time get in touch and we can have conversations about amendments and things that could be added to motions, because it is a shame if this is not going to get cross-party support. It's also really helpful to hear that the Labour government are planning a review of the formula. And maybe our letter might have a small influence on that review. You never know. I take Councillor Tierney's point that that writing letters is not necessarily, that shouldn't be the goal of all our motions, but I don't necessarily agree that they never have any impact. And I think actually letters from councils do sometimes get noticed by government, not necessarily as often as we might all want. But it will be helpful if by doing this motion and writing in at a time when the government are already reviewing the formula, we might manage to make the particular pressures that there are on high growth areas get a little bit more attention. And that's not to take away from the pressures that there are on existing areas either. I think the impact goes across both of those places. Councillor Osborne, on your comments on recruitment of GPs, I know very well that recruiting GPs is really difficult at the moment. But GP surgeries are not just about GPs. Actually, there are a huge number of services that are delivered through our primary care services and through GP services. Lots of nursing services, health visitors, phlebotomists, physio services, speech and language therapists. If we have the space and the capacity and the revenue coming in through the ICB's commissioning system, which the Cahill formula prevents us from having, then actually it can take some of the pressure off those very, very hard stretched GPs. So there is a need for more GPs, but actually this is not just about GP practices, it's GP services, it's about all those wider services. I think motions have multiple roles in councils. Writing the letter is part of that, and in this case, it's possible that it might be timely and it might have an impact. But there are some other really important things about motions as well. Sometimes they can show a unity across the council. I think if we do act with unity, it has more impact. And it's also important to show to residents that this is something that we understand is a problem and we are doing what we can to try and resolve it. I hope we will do other things than write a letter as well. But thank you to all of those of you who will be supporting it. I'm sorry it's not going to have unity across the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dupre. So, members, now we will move to a vote on the motion, please. Mrs. Rowe, could you start the process?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain.
Wow.
Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 51 votes in favour, 4 against and 1 abstention. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rowe. Just let me have a time check with some officers here. 1 second. Okay, members, if it's acceptable to you, because I don't want to curtail the next motion in any way, would make sense now to break for lunch. We have to take a break at 12:30 anyway. Is 45 minutes sufficient for a lunch break and then come back, which means we're coming back at 1 o'clock? Thank you very much. Members, are we live? Members, welcome back. Thank you for being prompt and coming back to the chamber. So we now move on to the second motion, which is from Councillor Ross Hathorn. Recently, I had the pleasure to visit the Great Fen and see the great work that's going on there with the Wildlife Trust, and it was and the £18 million they secured from the National Lottery. Very impressive. So whatever our views on the motion, that's a great piece of work. So Councillor Hathorn, please.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a motion about the Fens 2100 plus, which is a project the Environment Agency is delivering, looking at the Fens over the next 100 years. This matters massively to Cambridgeshire because large parts of Cambridgeshire are the Fens. And when the pumps stop, Cambridgeshire will quite quickly begin to flood again. It is a managed landscape. It is drained. There are over 4,000 defences. It spreads into Lincolnshire and Norfolk, but it is centred in Cambridgeshire and it really matters here. And if we look at current government funding rules, the total figure is 4.5 billion and we can expect to get 2.25 billion. So there is a massive shortfall. It's not a case of, with those figures, does anyone want to support the rewetting of the Fens or not? It's a case of, with a 50% funding gap, rewetting is going to happen. Now, if we want, as a group of councillors, to argue for more funding and for better flooding infrastructure, then we need to come together and make the case for that. This is an opportunity for us to come together. So this is a motion about writing a letter, but it's not just one letter, it is dozens and dozens of letters. It's letters to political leaders, it's letters to parish councils, it's letters to town councils, and it's letters to the government. The funding gap as it stands is 2.25 billion at today's prices, but it's also not taking into account the impact of climate change. And with sea levels rising, the management of water getting harder and harder, I think that figure is likely to get larger and larger and larger. And it's really difficult when you've got a funding gap of 2.25 billion over 100 years, because you can always push it back. Government can always say, well, not now, in the future, but there will come a time when it's too late. So if we, as a group of politicians, think that Cambridgeshire is worth fighting for, we need to be leading that charge, because no one else is going to fight for us. People in Manchester aren't going, oh, you know what, I think the government should be spending more money on Cambridgeshire because it's very important for food production. The only people who care about this are the people who live in the Fens, and we need to lead the campaigning on this and advocate for more funding and government to take note, and for us all to take note and make sure our communities are aware of the work that is needed to stop our area flooding and to have a managed process to find more funding to put into flood defences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do you have a seconder, I believe, Councillor Boulat, is that right? Councillor Boulat, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Reserve my right, please.
Okay, thank you. So, members, we move to the debate. Can you please indicate those who wish to speak? Councillor Martin. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hathorn, for this motion. Kind of against what was said by a colleague earlier about being completely oppositionist, this is a motion that I'm really unsure how I will be voting at the end of this debate. I will be listening intently to the contents of it. My concern predominantly is around a point that Councillor Hathorn raised around rewetting of the Fens. Now, I appreciate that in the motion it says that this has been highly politicised. I would somewhat disagree with that, because this is people's livelihoods, and this is the livelihoods of people in the Fens that could be impacted. Not only the livelihoods of the people that work in the Fens, but also all of us in the food production that area also rightly creates. But I agree with much of the sentiment behind the motion, included but not limited to the real growing risk of floods. And we need the sustained investment to protect the unique landscape that Cambridgeshire has. But I really don't know at the moment if I can support the motion fully. The motion asks this council to sign up to supporting and promoting the Fens 2100 programme, a scheme that is not yet fully defined. This is not about ignoring flood risk. It's about demanding clarity before offering what feels like unconditional endorsement. We're told that the Fens 2100 project will shape the future of the landscape for the next 100 years, yet many of us in this room and many of the communities we represent still don't know what this project will actually propose to do. What are the likely positives? What are the trade-offs? What lands are we looking to consider changing the use of, if any at all? What are the potential implications for farming, local communities? Is re-wetting still being considered? These are not minor details, these are fundamental questions, and without clear answers, how can we reasonably advocate for it? And when I first became a district councillor 3 years ago, a very wise colleague of mine told me that a support for a principle is not the same as a blank cheque for a plan we haven't seen. If I do vote in favour of this motion, it is a vote on the principle, not on what may come further down the line. And I can assure you that this is not a blanket unreserved support for this scheme, however it may pan out. Supporting flood prevention is a duty, but signing up to and pushing a 100-year plan before we've seen the full picture, that feels premature and somewhat reckless. So, Chair, I really haven't decided how I'm going to be voting. I will be listening honestly, intently to all the debates. I know that there are different feelings amongst the chamber, and I will wait to decide how to vote later on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Very honest speech and commentary. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. We obviously chatted about this motion in advance as our group, and a number of my colleagues said, don't worry about the re-wetting of the Fens part. You know, it's a very small part. It doesn't play a lot of factor in it. It's probably negligible. And I said to my colleagues, I will never, ever support any motion that makes any mention for re-wetting the Fens. And I'm so thankful for the proposer who made it very clear that it's all about re-wetting the Fens by starting off the speech with that. Of course it is. I don't trust a word that they say. You will never be re-wetting the Fens over my dead body. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for that clarity and brevity. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. Now, water management and flooding is an issue close to my heart, but I'm feeling that I need greater clarity on what exactly this motion aspires to achieve. We will all agree that the risk of flooding is a very serious matter for consideration of this council. However, I think we need to put some facts into context. Within Cambridgeshire and neighbouring counties, we have several internal drainage boards and numerous private landowners that manage their drainage and flood mitigation measures to an exemplary standard. Sadly, in many cases, the wheels fall off once water reaches choked main arterial rivers and in turn flood defences under the responsibility of the Environment Agency, influenced by DEFRA and many environmentalist groups. We should not be seeking to blame these issues by using statement phrases such as climate change and global warming, but rather statement phrases such as historic underinvestment, mismanagement and neglect of the past nearly 30 years. I do not doubt the good intentions of the Fens 2100 Plus project, but as a council, our priority must be to seek best value for our resident taxpayers. Problems that we are now witnessing are not because someone didn't commission the correct survey and report back in the late 1990s upon the dissolution of the National Rivers Authority. It is the manifestation of many years of lack of maintenance and foresight. It is not that assets are at the end of their working lives. Think of this issue as 2 pint glasses, one full of water, the other one half full of sand. Tip the glass that's full of water into the glass that has 50% sand. See what happens. In my view, any governmental encouragement should be towards directing money straight to the coalface in a tangible form by putting boots and machines on the ground and making a start at correcting the many years of neglect rather than wasting millions of taxpayers' cash on more quangos, surveys and reports. As with any long-term maintenance programme, common sense prevails as they evolve, and works adapt ongoing to changes accordingly, should they happen. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just like to speak in support of this motion, but actually, I'm sure everybody here is aware of the need for some sort of flood prevention with the Fens. And when I was reading through the briefing notes for this motion, I noticed there was a climate risk assessment, and it summarised two scenarios: one with the climate at 2 degrees and one with the climate at 4 degrees. And I was very surprised to see a scenario with the climate at 4 degrees, because this is a temperature that many people would say is not tenable to make any plans at whatsoever. So I would like to avoid any sort of normalization of us trying to plan for a 4-degree planet. And as a Green County Councillor, I'd also just like to take this opportunity to remind members what 4 degrees could mean. At this temperature, I know it only sounds like it's 2 degrees more than the 2-degree temperature, but at 4 degrees, there's a lot more heat trapped in the atmosphere. The oceans have warmed up substantially, and it really does make prediction of climate difficult. There's also a significant chance of tipping points being reached, ice shelf collapse in Greenland and the Antarctic, melting of the Siberian tundra, which will release a lot more greenhouse gases, and the burning of tropical rainforests. With these feedback loops, a 4-degree world is perhaps not even stable. It will very quickly move on to 5, 6, 7 degrees. So it's a strange choice that there's a 4-degree scenario in the climate risk assessment. I haven't read the climate risk assessment. I'm not commenting on whether it's a good risk assessment or a bad risk assessment, and I'm not criticising this motion either. But I just find it strange that this scenario was chosen, and I'd like to avoid any sort of normalisation of thinking that we can cope with this kind of temperature. So once again, I support the motion, and I hope what I've said acts in support for it as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rees.
Thank you, Chair. I also support this motion. I recognise the importance of long-term strategic planning and thinking. That said, I do have a comment to make, which is this motion and the Fens 2100 plus, it's focusing all of our attention into the distant future, a 100 plus, a long time away. I'd like to just note that the lethal heat waves that we're currently experiencing show us the climate crisis is not something that's 100 years away. It is in the here and now. So the Fens are a crucial opportunity for UK food security. We need to be making decisions which recognise that urgency and move to urgent action to implement sustainable practices for farming, water management, and address the climate and biodiversity crises in the here and now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just address that last point first. The Fens 2100 project is looking 100 years ahead in order to give the long-term assessment of what is needed, taking account of climate change and rising sea levels and so on. It's also looking at what needs to be done in the near term. So it's long-term and in the near term. And just picking up on Councillor Martin's and Councillor Tierney's points, I think that this project is all about the principle because we don't yet have the detail. And I would also agree with Councillor Tierney that re-wetting we would not be supporting if we could find the additional source for £2.25 billion. What the motion is indicating is what would happen if you don't find that additional money, then some form of re-wetting would be needed. But if I could just start at the beginning of where I was intending to come in, for the benefit of new councillors, I have in my register of interests indicated that I am a pensioner of the Environment Agency and formerly worked on flood risk management in London and elsewhere. I was also the County Council's appointed representative on the Grey 2's Flood and Coastal Committee. The Fens are a large area of low-lying land protected by embankments and drained through large pumps. I won't go through the pros and cons of whether or not the rivers should be dredged of silt or not. But without the actions of the Environment Agency, internal drainage boards and farmers, which has been recognised, the Fens would flood and thousands of people and a lot of valuable agricultural land would be underwater. So over the next 100 years, the Environment Agency has worked out that investment of £4.5 billion is needed for flood management in the Fens. And the problem is that previous and current governments have so far not committed to fund the required money. The Fens 2100 plus Case for Change document, which is due to be published later this year, possibly in October, will address the need to manage risk for the long term in the Fens. It will explore the value of the Fens and set out a strategic case for continued and enhanced investment in flood risk management to ensure that we have a vibrant and sustainable future Fens. So I think that what we're supporting here is the principle of the work, not the detail of the work. And on that basis, I'm trusting that Councillor Martin can support it. The recommendations in this motion show the main actions we need to take to get government to take this issue seriously and to raise awareness amongst all stakeholders of the importance of the Fens and the Fens 2100 plus project. I urge members to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the County Council's appointee to the Conservators of the River Cam and have served as a Conservator since 2018. And over the time I've served as a Conservator, I've also held the role of Vice Chair and indeed Chair last year. Now, the Conservators are responsible for the navigation of the River Cam from the city to Bottisham Lock at Waterbeach. And in this capacity, the Conservators are concerned with maintaining the water level to retain the navigation so that all the activities that people are aware of on the River Cam can take place in a suitable water body. On the other side of the coin, well, there's sort of many sides to this. I also sit as a district councillor on the Waterbeach level internal drainage board, and many of you will be aware that these boards are responsible for ensuring that water is pumped off the low-lying land and into the rivers, where it's then directed to the sea via the structures at Denver Sluice and that area. And so in that capacity, in those two capacities, we work with the Middle Level Authority, the Canals and Rivers Trust, the Association of Inland Navigation Authorities, and many others. And what we are aware is that all of this infrastructure and management is to ensure that the structures are maintained properly and used properly. And we're all aware that the structures in the Fens area are getting older. Some structures are more recent installations, but many were built 200 years ago and are beginning to collapse. And those of you who keep an eye on what's going on at the Conservators of the Cam will know that we have that problem right now at Batesbite Lock in Milton. Now, this motion is about flood defences, so this is protection of the land against water, but all of this interacts together. And the Fens 2100 initiative is essential to alert the government that they need to plan now to put aside money and to, well, actually to do work, but also to bear in mind that this whole infrastructure is vital to this whole East Anglian region and to prevent flooding in the future, but also to enable land to be drained now. And thank you to Ros Hathorn for bringing this motion to the council. You know, the Environment Agency has calculated what funding is required to protect the area, and we need to plan for this both locally, but it's such a big amount of money, we absolutely need to flag it up to the government so that they are aware that it's absolutely essential that they plan for this work in order to protect this area. So thank you very much, Ros, for bringing, Councillor Hathorn, for bringing this motion, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Keane.
Right. Thank you, Chair. When I stood for election, I did so with a clear commitment. It was to improve flood prevention and support long-term resilience in our community. And I believe this motion aligns directly with that commitment, and I'm pleased to speak in support of it. As many people have said, the Fens are an essential part of Cambridgeshire, not just geographically, but in terms of identity, our economy, and the role in national food production. But as we all know, it's a low-lying landscape. We're under threat from changing climate, and of course, as members have pointed out, aging infrastructure. And so without sustained development, investment in water management, the risk of significant and lasting flooding is real. So I'm actively involved with the Houghton and Witton Community Flood Group, and we have first-hand knowledge of how that affects communities, and we're looking to how we can respond to these challenges. And I know I'm not alone. There are many other groups, obviously in St Ives, Hemmingford, Fen Stanton, and others. And I think, you know, we have a really key interest in that. Now, that's perfect timing, isn't it? Excuse me. I did tell them I was in council, but sorry. Now, the motion, and as other colleagues have said, touches on re-wetting the Fens. I recognise this is an emotive and complex issue, and for many it's tied to real concerns about land use, local livelihoods and the future of rural communities. But I think the message is clear here. We need this funding. Either we choose to manage and shape the future of the Fens, or the climate will do it for us, and we won't be able to do anything if we don't have that investment. That's why I feel the Fen 2100 project is very important. I've registered. I hope everybody else will register too, to see what's actually being done. I'm looking very much forward to the Case of Change report that's coming out. I believe, you know, we'll see the detail there, and it will provide the evidence and framework we need to make smart long-term decisions for the future. I think without strong leadership and public awareness, you know, this simply won't come, and the funding gap is very, very real. So I support this motion, and I will also, you know, encourage other members to support it too. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And if members agree, we'll go to Councillor Dupre, and then I'd like to go to the seconder of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to give reassurance to people who have expressed uncertainty about how they are going to vote on this, I'd like to remind people that this motion does not call for the re-wetting of the Fens. The point it does make is that without flood prevention investment, many of our homes, farms and infrastructure will end up being re-wetted catastrophically by inundation. The point I'd like to make is that there is some fantastic work going on locally, particularly the organisation called Fenland Soil, which is supported by the Combined Authority, and I hope will continue to be so, which is really engaging local farming communities in addressing the issues that climate change brings and how the Fens can adapt. And it's really vital that we take residents with us with whatever is going to be done, but it is even more vital that we continue to press for the investment that our area so desperately needs. I just want to remind people of the resolution here. And what we are resolving to do if this motion is passed is to recognise the critical importance of flood protection in the Fens. We're resolving to work in common with our neighbours in Norfolk and Lincolnshire and bring other counties in the Fens together to work together on raising the profile of this important issue. We are resolving to provide regular updates to councillors and to the Environment and Green Investment Committee, and we are resolving, if this motion is passed, to engage with our parish community and town councils, many of whom are extremely worried about the risk that climate change and lack of investment in our flood protection systems presents to them and to their ways of life. The choice is not between doing this and doing something else. The choice is, do we do something that will raise the profile of this issue and get the government investing, get the Environment Agency able to do the work it needs to do, or are we going to do nothing and face a potentially existential threat to many communities in their way of life? Not passing this motion will not make those communities any safer. It will not protect them from the huge risk that is there if we don't do this. And I really urge people to recognise that this is a motion which is about investment in flood protection, and that I hope we will all be able to agree that that is something that our area desperately needs, and the need is urgent, the need is now.
Thank you very much. Members, if you're agreeable, I'd like to go back to Councillor Boulat as the seconder, and then for Councillor Hathorn to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. It was not very long time ago, in fact, earlier this March, when we debated in this council flood mitigation in a cross-party motion I put together, and I'm pleased to see some of the progress we've done in the county on the different flood hubs, and also on the government's work to review flood mitigation funding. So when I have seen this motion on the agenda, and I congratulate Councillor Hathorn for putting this forward and for all the work she's done in drafting this motion, of course focused on the Fens 2100 project, I could only welcome it, and I'm pleased to second it today and hear all the different thoughtful contributions and very fair questions put forward in the debate, as well as some very honest speeches and strong views both for and against. On some of the points raised in the debate around the detail of the work, I think there's some very fair questions raised, and one of the recommendations I hope will allow for further scrutiny and detail on this, especially the update report on the Environment Agency's project presented to the Environment and Green Investment Committee. So I hope having the debate in that committee forum as well will allow for further detail and questions asked by members who have an interest in the detail of this project. Of course, locally, from a local perspective, in my local division of St. Ives South and Needingworth, flooding is one of the most commonly mentioned issues by residents. This, of course, ranges from immediate issues with roads being flooded more frequently in recent years to residents who are very involved in flood action groups locally in our area who raise concerns, for instance, about the south level barrier bank. People are rightly concerned that the bank may end up like rivers in neighboring counties where farmland in fact becomes unusable for months on end after riverbank failures. So there's been clearly some problems with the funding formulas on this as well. And one thing I would like to mention to Council is DEFRA has the consultation open until the 29th of July on actually reforming the approach to floods funding, asking feedback on a simplified approach to funding new flood resilience projects, as well as how to prioritize flood resilience projects more broadly. And many members here have a lot of local knowledge and have been involved for many years in this local work. So I do encourage everyone to feed back to the consultation as well. The reality, of course, is that there hasn't been adequate funding on long-term planning on flood mitigation, but also that when the funding actually has existed, the system to secure funds for improving flood defences has been way too complex. And I think councils across the UK have really struggled to secure some funding needed for projects. And the funding formula established in 2011 has been slowly more and more outdated and has slowed down as well delivery and efficiency of some of the schemes locally. So whilst I welcome the national government announcement last month to invest further in flood defences, of course, we have to think about locally what kind of share of funding we get. And of course, there's still a very big funding gap that Councillor Hathorn's motion mentions very well. And our collective advocacy on this issue, I hope, will do justice to the concerns of our residents, and we can push together for fairer funding and reform in this space going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Black. Councillor Hathorn, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. So just to be clear, I was very reassured to hear other councillors reading out the resolutions. This motion is neutral on the Fens 2100 plus, but that is the government's position, and it is a very effective mechanism for communicating what the government's position is. That is why it would be really helpful to communicate that to parish councils and town councillors so that they can read it and they can come back to us and say, hang on a minute, you're not doing enough, or we want you to do this. There's no point pretending it doesn't exist. That is the government's mechanism. That is what we need to work with as a partner in that process. The motion is very clear in that it asks the Secretary of State for the Environment, we write to the Secretary of State for the Environment, to express the importance of climate change and flood prevention funding. It is very clear that we are advocating for more funding for Cambridgeshire in this motion. And when we talk about rewetting Cambridgeshire, when you have a £2.25 billion gap and that doesn't account for climate change, that means rewetting is inevitable. We are asking for that funding gap to disappear is what we would like, so that rewetting doesn't have to happen. We absolutely get it, and that's why it is really, really important for Cambridgeshire. And there is going to be fierce competition for this money. Let's not be naive. We are not the only county that is experiencing the impact of climate change, rising sea levels, ever more fierce issues with water management. So this is what this motion is calling on. It's calling on the people of Cambridgeshire, who we represent, who want to see their county saved from flooding. They want us to advocate for this. They want us to speak with government, and this is giving us direction that we are in favour of supporting additional funding for flood defences. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Although I'm hearing a lot of support, I also heard some reservations, and some people are starting the debate undecided. So, therefore, Mrs. Rowe, can we proceed to the vote?
Sorry, Chair, we have a technical problem. We just need to reboot.
Switching it off and switching back on again.
I need to go on the screen. Yeah, it is now. Yeah. Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 49 votes in favour, 3 against and 4 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you very much. Thank you, members. Good afternoon. This is from Councillor Edna Murphy. Can I ask Councillor Murphy to move and speak to a motion set out on pages 6 and 7 of the agenda? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to move this motion. I hope this motion today will not be seen as particularly controversial, as it focuses on a very particular local problem and tries to offer a practical way forward. I'm sure everyone here will have seen the serious fly tipping that occurs on our main roads, such as the A14. Mattresses, sofas, motor vehicle parts, exploded tyres, and an ever-growing accumulation of roadkill and other detritus. It looks appalling, but also, unless it's collected promptly, it can act as a magnet or at least encouragement for others to dump rubbish in the same spot. Unfortunately, often the rubbish can be seen to be there for some time. So why is there sometimes delay in collecting the waste from the roadside? Well, one key reason is a specific problem of coordination between the district councils that have the responsibility to collect the waste and National Highways, which has the authority over closures or speed restrictions for certain roads. Sometimes, in order to access and remove discarded items safely, a district has to request a speed restriction or even temporary lane closure from National Highways. The problem then arises because the top priority for National Highways is keeping the road network running as smoothly as possible. Therefore, it typically will offer districts nighttime slots. Unfortunately, it's very difficult for districts to organise their staff to work at this time, and along with increased costs, it then therefore introduces delay and elapsed time lost as the organisations go back and forth trying to find a compromise. It would be helpful, for example, if National Highways could compromise very slightly and choose perhaps the next best time slot from their perspective. This would give districts more options and more cost-effective options while not unduly inconveniencing motorists. Hence the proposal in the motion to write to the Minister and request better coordination via National Highways. I note that there have been many comments made today about writing to ministers, etc. But I must point out that although this is a local problem, it is nonetheless necessary to write to the Minister because National Highways is a nationally focused organisation, and to the extent it's answerable to anyone, it is to the Minister. There does need to be a more workable agreement on the mechanism for the timely collection of waste from our trunk roads, and I hope members today will support the suggested approach to getting there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe you have a seconder, Councillor Kerr. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'd like to reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. So members, open the debate on this item. My feeling is that there's probably a large degree of support, so I don't want to stop speakers, but I'm also conscious we have two more motions after this. Do you have any speakers wish to speak now? Councillor Hathorn. Did I see Councillor Manning? No, sorry.
So I would like to speak on this briefly. I suggested the idea to Councillor Murphy because I was frustrated last winter at the most depressing time of the year when we would drive to Newshire Hall and suddenly there was a mattress and a three-piece suite on the A14 and it was there for months, and then there were some dead swans as well and loads of tyres, and you drive through somewhere like France and it's just lovely, and you look at the art on the side of the road, and you drive through Cambridgeshire and it looks like somewhere that if it was your street you would be on to the council immediately. And at the time I spoke to the cabinet member at Hunts to see if there's anything that could happen about the sofa set on the side of the road of the A14, and they said it's just too dangerous for our operatives. And this seems like a sensible motion. It's about one, it is ironically like the gap down the side of the sofa where you lose your coins. It's that gap between authorities where no one knows what the right, where no one has thought about the issues. So I think this is a very sensible motion. It'd be really good if people could talk to each other. Government was just to put the gap together so that there wasn't a gap for this issue to fall through, and a sensible outcome was reached, which got rid of the large, occasional but very ugly fly tipping which we see on our trunk roads.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief as well. So I welcome Councillor Murphy's identification of the difficulties of collecting fly-tipped waste from trunk roads. But I think this motion addresses the symptoms and not the cause. So people are fly tipping bulky items because they'd otherwise have to pay to have them taken away. And I think I would like to see the polluter pays principle being introduced, or in this case, the producer pays, and producers of bulky or difficult to recycle items should be offering free collection of disposal. And basically, I'd like to see legislation put in place to ensure this happens. So I welcome this motion, but I'd like to see a more substantive discussion of the issues here at committee, or maybe a more substantive motion brought back to full council. Otherwise, fly tipping is just going to become another cost that the council has to foot the bill for. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm sorry your name wasn't shown on the screen. My microphone was off. It's on now. Councillor Goldsack.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief comment. It's very nearly another very good motion, and I mean it. And I mean it. To the speaker who I missed behind me just a minute ago, does that mean we're going to hold the King responsible for any dead swans that are on the side of the road? That worries me a little bit in terms of polluted tax. This is a local issue. This is a local issue, right? And it should have been dealt with locally. And I was always taught, don't come up with a problem. Don't come and tell me I've got a problem. Come and tell me there's an answer. Come and tell me there's a solution. Where is it? Where's the forethought? Where's the working with officers to try and find an answer to this? No, let's write to the Secretary of State and tell them they've got a problem. I think they'll probably know they've got a problem. Why haven't we come up with a solution? And I think this is another example, I'm afraid. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with the motion. Damn it, I'll probably support it, right? But to be perfectly honest with you, let's go the whole hog. Let's earn this new allowance that you voted in earlier, right? And actually go the whole hog and come up with the solutions and advise them on better outcomes rather than just moaning all the while. Thank you. My point made.
Thank you. Very clear. Okay. Councillor Tong gets in just under the wire.
Apologies, I hadn't intended to speak, but I'll reiterate the statement I made earlier, where if you want a substantive solution to the problem suggested on a local level, you do have to be the one to bring that suggested solution. I think it is important to recognise that our powers are bestowed on us by national government, so sometimes we will have to go to national government to explore the fact that we may need their help in solving an issue like this. If there is a solution that we can try and implement right now, you need to suggest that. You can't just refer to a hypothetical solution, which, for all we know, doesn't exist.
All right, thank you. If there are no other speakers, Councillor Kerr, would you like to now speak to the motion?
Thank you. I won't hold up proceedings. It is looking for a practical solution to an obvious problem, and I would just urge that the motion is passed.
Thank you very much. There are no other speakers. Councillor Murphy, would you like to sum up?
I think we've got a practical problem, and the solution requires an open and easy dialogue with National Highways, which anyone who's had any experience to try to get any information whatsoever out of National Highways knows is not really practical and does have to go via central government, sadly.
Thank you very much. I suspect that whilst there is a level of support, also we should move to the vote and determine the view of members overall. Mrs. Rowe.
Oh, is it gone?
Just bear with us, members, a couple of minutes.
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 54 votes in favour, none against, and 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried. We do have a technical problem regarding, as nice as your name is, but it's attributed to every councillor every time they speak, whether we could have 5 minutes just to restart the system to clear that.
Okay, let's do that. So it's now 1:45. 5 minutes, please, members. Don't go too far away. Thank you.
Yeah, I did.
The 2100.
Okay, members. Okay, members, I hope you enjoyed your 5 minutes. And for those of you who managed to get to the loo. So that concludes the discussion of the third motion. We now move to the fourth motion submitted by Councillor Elliot Tong. So I'd like to ask Councillor Tong to move and speak to his motion. There is also an amendment, but Councillor Tong, please.
Good afternoon. Now, the subject of the motion is quite simple. It relates to the ongoing national debate about potential cuts to disability payments. I will leave you to read about the actual recommendation itself, which is to write to ministers opposing this decision and to try and get information for the council on the impacts of this decision. Now, I think this debate has been rather difficult to follow because Labour have quite publicly flip-flopped on exactly they were going to do. Currently, they've gone forward with some universal credit cuts, but the cuts to PIP, which were threatened, have been immediately put on hold. However, they are going to come back after review. So they are looming, and this is an ever prevalent issue. Now, I don't want to focus too much on the harm to residents because that's so obvious in and of itself. These cuts really are going after the most vulnerable and trying to balance the books on their back, as many MPs, including Labour MPs, have actually said. I just don't think it's particularly helpful to focus on that point for too long. These should be opposed on a moral ground, of course. However, what I want to focus on specifically is how this isn't going to save money. What it is doing is passing the buck on who is responsible for paying these costs. Because the county council, well, as has already been discussed today, a huge amount of its budget is spent on adult social care. And personal independence payments and universal credit do factor into assessment. And on top of that, they help keep residents in good health. If both of these things are impacted, for example, if a resident doesn't have enough money to support themselves and slips further into ill health, we are the people that are going to have to pick up the pieces there. That is just going to shift the burden for paying that onto us. Now, firstly, I want to draw attention to this point because I think it is very, very important. All this talk of saving money is just untrue, quite obviously. However, I also want to draw a bit of attention to the actual impact it has on council services, because already there are problems all over Cambridgeshire. Our roads are filled with potholes, for instance. And that's because we don't have the money to tackle these issues because our budget is so stretched. We cannot get out of funding adult social care, even if we wanted to, because it is a statutory duty that we have to fulfill. And this is just going to make all of our services suffer because we have less money we can put towards those services, because more is going to have to go to adult social care, because there is less support for people that are desperately in need for support. So what I'm effectively saying is, I think we need to focus on the broader holistic impacts of decisions around disability cuts, not just the immediate impact on residents, which is bad in itself. I will leave it there. I have some thoughts on the amendment, but I will leave my response until that is brought up.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Green, you are seconding. Do you want to speak now or reserve your right? Okay, thank you. We also have an amendment. We have an amendment from Councillor Black, and I believe Councillor Machini is seconding that. So, Councillor Black, would you like to move your amendment?
Thank you very much, Chair. And it's nice to see a motion like this get completely overtaken by events. The local elections were disappointing for us, and there were national issues that voters were telling us about on the doorstep all the time. Now, whereas the most prominent of these was the winter fuel allowance, and I'm very pleased that most pensioners will now be getting the winter fuel allowance in future, the next most frequent thing that came up on the doorstep was that voters were worried about what they saw as the cuts to disabled benefits and to personal independence payments. And I say this this worry was not coming primarily from people who were opposed to us or who were floating voters. It was coming massively from Labour voters, and it was coming very much from our activists and our leaflets, because these were things that were never in a Labour Party manifesto, never been democratically agreed by the Labour Party, and really nobody ever voted Labour because they wanted more horrible Tory cuts and austerity. But around nearly 130 Labour MPs signed a reasoned amendment objecting to the bill. Many more have made their objections known to ministers, and we must remember that there are lots of MPs who are not in a position to sign such things because of collective responsibility, but are in a position to voice their concern privately to ministers. And I think we are now getting back on track, and this amendment recognises it. It recognises that the government has listened and changed course, and is listening to Labour MPs, and I think that bodes well for the future. We should cherish the Labour MPs who were warning about this. Some of these have had the whip withdrawn. We should acknowledge that they deserve to be invited back, and we should acknowledge that the Labour activists warning against making cuts were right all along. The bill actually proposes a big boost to the basic rate of universal credit, the biggest ever. It no longer contains cuts for current claimants to disability benefit with limited capacity to work. An impact assessment has now been published on 7th of July. Personal independence payments will not be cut now, and a review of personal independence payments will involve co-production with disabled people and their organisations. And importantly, this bill commits record levels of support, £1 billion eventually, to help disabled people find work. Our government solved the doctors and railway strikes, raised minimum wage, and is bringing railway companies and steel into public ownership. The 2024 manifesto is being enacted, and we have popular policies. They are the result of long debate within the Labour Party over the last decade or more. There is a consistency here, actually, that the policies that the Labour Party has agreed have proved to be very popular, and is when we are getting under pressure from the establishment that's still there, that there are missteps. And there is a hypocrisy to some of the opposition, because all of the parties would make cuts if they were in power and would happily aim at benefits of the most vulnerable. All of these parties are saying that what they're seeing here they don't like, but it's exactly what they would do themselves. They would not defy the financial establishment, and that is what needs doing. But the tone of our messaging was wrong. The government at times has wanted to please right-wing papers to the idea that there were huge cuts and attack on people on claimants. That was frightening for people on disability benefits and for personal independence claimants. That is the wrong way to go about it. The cuts aspect of this review has been removed, and this is an issue for the Labour Party to sort out. Frankly, a letter from this council is not going to make the same difference that Labour Party activists can make. Please support this amendment, because it does now reflect the real situation we have now, and at least it doesn't attempt to instruct MPs what they should do and what letters they should write, which we are not unable to impose on them anyway. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Black. I gave some latitude there in terms of reference to the amendment, but I think most members will have got the key thrust. Councillor Massini is going to second, and then we'll give the opportunity to Councillor Tong to respond. Are there other speakers on this amendment, please? So, Councillor Manning first, and then Councillor Seif.
Thank you for letting me go next, Chair, because I was merely going to say that it was a great speech, but I think maybe you should be making it to Labour Party conference, not this chamber.
Pardon on procedure. So I think, Councillor Massini, you get the opportunity to second at this point.
Yes, I do second. I was going to ask if I can reserve my right to speak.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Manning, did we cut you off, or did you say what you needed to say?
No, I said what I needed to say, thank you.
All right, Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Chair. I shall be also brief.
I do not wish to delve in or further the grief of the Labour Party, but I cannot help but say, as regards this amendment, that it is a very good attempt to justify a self-created issue by the Labour Party or the government of the day, ill-judged attempt to avoid raising income tax, which it knows it must do if it is to pay for all of its promises, and indeed the black hole, if it's going to pay for the black hole as well. A very noble attempt to defend what has actually happened. But I think, as you say, Councillor Black, I should address Councillor Black through the chair. It is really for the Labour Party to resolve this and not bring it back to this council.
Thank you. You finally got there to the chair at the end. Councillor Tierney.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to do something I've never, ever done before in my memory. I'm going to defend the Labour Party. I've never done this before. I want to stress before I begin that I support almost nothing they do, and I think they've been catastrophic for the country. Nevertheless, I do think we have to be fair, and I think Councillor Black made some very fair points. Any party in power would have to face the reality of the financial challenges the country faces, and anyone pretending they wouldn't and sitting on that background and saying, oh, there's easy fixes to all this is a liar. And so they are having to make difficult choices. And I really don't like this talk about flip-flopping. And I'll tell you why. Because I think if a government makes a mistake and then there's a big kickback from it and they have a think about it and they decide to change their mind, that's actually an admirable course of action. Because the stupidest thing would be to be all stubborn about it and say, no, 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 which I've seen many, many times, and then nothing changes. And so whilst I don't support a lot of what the Labour government are doing, I appreciate the difficulties they're under, and I think that they've made a good decision in rolling back their decision on this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you. I knew there was a reason why you had the red shirt today, Councillor Tierney. Are there other speakers on this amendment before I ask Councillor Massini? Councillor Massini, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and I should probably start by not announcing that Councillor Tierney is joining my group. However, I will welcome those comments and I will welcome the spirit of fairness in which they are made. It is no surprise to me that, there are members in this chamber that are already on the bash of the government gravy train. We all know that rather we had the Tories back. Well, I don't. It is, however, a surprise to me that the motion calls for a request to abandon cuts to access to universal credit, something the bill in question, even in the previous form, did not do. Rather, this bill is delivering the first ever sustained above inflation rise to universal credit to the tune of £725 extra per household per year. A review has been announced, which will be co-produced with disabled people every step of the way, and this is something we welcome and should celebrate. The system as it stands isn't fit for purpose, we all know that, and attempts to reform it and confront the issues that there are head-on have been ducked for far, far, far too long. The motion asserts that cuts are likely to return. Now, I would like to know the back channel that Councillor Tong has to the government, because I have no such back channel and absolutely no intention that any cuts are likely to return. And in fact, if you were going to make them, you would have made them by now. I obviously hope and trust that by the time the review has ended, the actual benefits of the bill, which are £1 billion investment in health, skills and work support per year, £2.2 billion in package support overall over 4 years, Connect to Work, Trailblazers, Work Well programs. Now, I would like people to reflect, especially people that proposed or are going to support this motion. Do you know what these programs are? If you don't, why not? Why bother, And 1,000 extra work coaches. By the time the review has happened, there are possibly going to be no cuts, but actually a net benefit, which is the whole point. Which actually brings me to the question, what is causing all this? What is causing the NHS to creak in the way that it is? What has stood in the way of successful integration of health and social care? What has created a generation of ill health and disabled people who will be written off and abandoned? And the answer is, of course, Andrew Lansley. If you are voting against the amendment today, ask yourself what you would have done. Ask yourself, possibly, if relevant, what your party did on that day in 2012, and maybe check your hypocrisy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Tong, I think you have an opportunity to respond, and this is on the amendment only. Thank you.
Well, to start with, I'll say I don't think the amendment is particularly coherent, especially when it talks about the decision welcoming the abandonment of any plans to cut access to universal credit, because we saw a bill go through last week, which many disability charities have been terrified about for its impact on access to universal credit. We have seen changes pushed forward that are going to have harm on universal credit, and this amendment just seems to ignore that fact. It seems to merely be a justification for Labour planning to push forward with these decisions, and it doesn't actually substantively engage with the argument I'm making, which is these decisions are bad. And I also think we need to keep in mind that the reason I describe it as flip-flopping or backtracking isn't because I don't think it's noble to change your mind about something. It's because it wasn't as if national government made these decisions after a lot of thought and a lot of introspection and a bit of a change of plan. National government at the moment is being very erratic, and it's making random decisions based on effectively the backlash it's getting in the moment. What we need is actually strong national leadership that has a vision for how we're going to improve the welfare system in this country and how we're going to improve the economy of this country. And the latter isn't going to be fixed by balancing our books on the backs of the former. We need to make sure that our welfare system is actually providing people with the support they need, because as I have commented, and this is another thing the amendment hasn't tried to engage with, these cuts are going to impact county services. They are, again, not actually addressing the fundamental issue. They are merely passing responsibility for solving the problem. What we need is actual substantive solutions.
Thank you very much. So, members, we are now going to take a vote on the amendment, solely on the amendment, and after that, we'll come back to the substantive motion. So, Mrs. Rowe, could you start the vote?
Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. I'm now closing the vote. The result of the vote is 7 votes in favour, 44 against, and 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore lost.
Okay, thank you, members. So now we return to the substantive motion. Can I ask for speakers, those who wish to speak? Councillor Hoy, Councillor Kane. Start with Councillor Hoy, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I've really thought long and hard about this this motion today, and I'm not saying that to exaggerate. A lot of things about it tells me to vote against. A lot of things tells me to vote for it. I think that the whole system of disability benefits is broken, and I think no one's ever brave enough to speak about it, because I think if you say it's broken and you want to change it, you're either told you're evil and you hate disabled people and you want them to die, which of course nobody does, or nobody that I know does, or you're told that you just want to waste money and you've got a blank checkbook, and I don't think either of those viewpoints are true. I think that there's a lot of discussion to be had. It certainly is not right that by next year, someone on benefits will be earning the same as someone working full-time on minimum wage. There'll be not any incentive for people to work. That is a real problem. And I really fundamentally believe in supporting vulnerable people, but the disability benefit system, as I've already said, is broken. People get trapped for life. Many people get trapped for life on benefits and have got absolutely no way to get out of that system, even when they want to. And if they do want to, how can you ever compete in a job market that you haven't accessed for years when you won't actually earn any more money doing that either? Often you'll be earning the same, sometimes even less. And as I've already mentioned, no government ever is brave enough to deal with the issue. How can we allow people, some ideas that have been suggested to me about work trials? One problem a lot of residents have spoken to me on benefits have said that, they perhaps want to try a job because they want to see if they are capable. But once you start working and do over a certain amount of hours, you have to come off benefits, and then to try and get back on is nigh on impossible. So, they're rightfully scared to do that. And that cannot be right, actually, to sort of disable someone more. And I've seen this system, this sort of ridiculous system firsthand. So my own brother, he was on PIP for a number of years, and he wanted to get back into work, and he did successfully, luckily. And when he finally did break free and call the DWP, they actually had to get a supervisor, to take part in the call, because they hadn't experienced in their kind of working environment someone actually giving up those benefits. So it isn't something that happens very often. So all of that being said, in theory, I should be completely and utterly against this motion. However, what is it actually asking for? So it's asking us to write, again, we're not sure about, I don't think Rachel Reeves is going to listen to us, but anyway, we can try. They're asking us to write to Rachel Reeves and ask for any plans to cut universal credit and PIP to be abandoned. Well, I think, yeah, given that the plans were so botched, they probably ought to be abandoned, really, because I think they haven't made a very good job of it. To reference the potential impact of proposed cuts and implications it has on the local authority, well, we do need to know what impact they are going to have on the county council, regardless of who's making them, and to ask if any future cuts are going to result in savings or transfer costs to our budget. And again, that seems very, very sensible. And to ask local MPs to send their own letters of support to this motion. Now, I'm unsure really that we can make any MP do that, because we don't know what their views are. Obviously, we've got different political parties within Cambridgeshire, but asking someone doesn't mean they have to do it. So again, I don't see any problem. So personally, I'm sort of leaning towards supporting it, which for me comes really as a surprise, because it's just, politics is such a strange place, isn't it? I mean, we've got Green trying to out left Labour, Reform want to out right wing Conservatives, although given they've said nothing today, I'm not too worried about that. But it's such an interesting world that we've got ourselves in, and I find my politics so confused lately, because I've got myself agreeing with Jeremy Corbyn on some stuff. It was assisted dying, by the way, to want to clarify before we're all turning into Labour members. But I just think the disability debate is, I don't know, it's a very complex issue, isn't it? Because like I say, I fundamentally believe that people should be able to work when they can, and we shouldn't be creating dependency. But at the same time, we shouldn't be rushing to make rash decisions that are poorly thought out just for political reasons.
Thank you. And just to be fair to Reform UK, they have spoken today, of course, not necessarily on this topic, but it could still happen. Councillor Kane.
Chair, I believe we've got a duty, not just politically, but morally, to protect the most vulnerable in our communities. And while the government softened its position on some of the proposed benefit changes, I want to be clear, the decisions don't go far enough. Vulnerable residents in our county will still be affected, and the consequences will still be very serious. This fundamentally is about human dignity. Every person, regardless of disability, deserves the support to live independently, to contribute to society, and to live with respect. PIP isn't about a handout for those who are out of work. It's a gateway to opportunity, to training and to employment. Removing or restricting access will shut that door for many. The government's handling of this has shown a lack of evidence and a failure to engage with the very people it's affecting. Even MPs from their own party have voiced concerns. The recent backtracking shows how flawed these proposals were from the start, but minor revisions are not enough. We need the TIMS review to take place before any further changes, not after damage is done. Let's also be clear about the impact locally. When financial independence is reduced, the burden shifts to councils like ours. Demand for adult social care will rise, care packages become more complex as people's conditions deteriorate. Crisis interventions, which are more costly and more traumatic, become the norm. Prevention is not just kinder, it's more cost effective. And benefits like PIP are part of that preventative framework. If this government won't protect our residents, we must speak up and make it clear. These changes leave too many people behind. Let's push for policies that protect dignity, reduce pressure on local services and generally support independence. And that's why I think it's important we support this bill.
Thank you very much. Councillor Black. And Councillor Black, well, I'm sure you know we're on the main motion, not the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Hoy for her comments. And there's something she said there which I thought was very important. She talked about work trials and how difficult it is to get off the benefits and get into work without the worry of how you get back onto the benefits again if it doesn't work out. And the government is addressing that, I'm pleased to say. There are draft regulations for the new right to try guarantee that have been laid in Parliament. And this will the first time enshrine in law the right for people to receiving health and disability benefits to try out work without fear of reassessments. And a massive part of what the government is doing is helping people back to work. And in the past, I've been very cynical when governments have said that, yeah, it can just sound very oppressive even. But there's £1 billion will be spent on this. And if this is successful, this is a win-win situation in that not only will it help get people back into fulfilling paid work, but it also does save the government's money. Now, Councillor Kane, I think, said there were minor revisions. There have not been minor revisions to this bill. There has been a huge revision to this bill. And in fact, the savings that were boasted about in the bill are just not happening. The bill is being revised so that it is now a bill about reforming universal credit and disability payments. It no longer is looking to make massive savings for the government, except that where it works, where we actually get people back into work, then that is a win-win situation. And I have to say, from the objections from all the other parties that are represented in this council, I have no confidence that they have any real understanding of economics. And the problem is they all go to this same dismal...
Councillor Black, first of all, I don't think... just sit down for a moment. First of all, I don't think that's correct. Somebody who spent 3 months at Harvard School, for example, but I'm not the only one in here. I think we have an understanding of economics. Secondly, make sure you can find your remarks to the motion. Thank you.
Let me try to express this in the right way. If people want to complain about cuts, then they do need to have an economic policy which is different from what we've had before for many years, and one which looks at going beyond the dismal strictures that we get from the establishment now, and which understands that you cannot cut your way out of a recession, and that we need to invest. And in particular, we need something that is much more informed by an understanding of Keynesian economics and modern monetary theory, because all of the parties we have here, and I include the people putting this motion forward as well, would be under exactly the same pressures if they were in government, and they would be facing the same hard decisions. And I think I gathered from Councillor Seif that he would put income tax. Perhaps I've misunderstood that, but he was saying, well, all the problem is that you've ruled out putting income tax up. So that's the sort of the sort of pressures that a UK government is under, and it needs some new thinking if you're ever to get out of that dismal situation. And I think Councillor Seif said, well, this shouldn't really be coming to this council. And well, we didn't actually bring it here. It was brought by the movers of the actual motion. You may well be right that this motion shouldn't be here. But as it is here, it gives us a chance to talk about where we see the country going. I feel that we have
Councillor Black, is this relevant to the motion still?
I'm asking people to reject this motion because it does not have There is no alternative proposed by the people putting the motion forward. They would face exactly the same pressures, and the premise that the motion is based on, which I think was probably written well before the recent debates in Parliament, is based on the idea that this motion is still, that the proposals still contain huge cuts to disability benefits and are continuing to push out there the idea that disabled people and people on personal independence payments should be afraid that they are not being looked after. The fact is that the government has listened. There are not the same cuts in the proposals that are going forward. It is a much more positive bill now, and I think we should recognise that. And the best way to recognise that we have in the next few minutes would be to vote this motion down. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know I have Councillor Green, who is the seconder of the motion. Do I have other speakers at the moment? And then after that, move to Councillor Tong.
Just a point of clarification or explanation. I did not say that the alternative was raising income tax. There are many other forms of taxation which have been put forward by my party, which could have done the job if the Labour Party had thought it through before it came up with the proposals it did.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Green, you reserve your right to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is not a motion about how to raise revenue. This is a motion which seeks to highlight that the policy on welfare that the government has is erratic, and it comes out of a history of erratic and poorly thought out policies. So if I may, I'll just revisit a couple of these. The winter fuel payments has already been mentioned. So the government decided to restrict winter fuel payments to pensioners on pension credit. It hadn't counted on the fact that many eligible pensioners do not claim pension credit, and immediately that was announced, there was a rush of people claiming pension credit, so that in December 2024, we had a 10-week wait for people to get their pension credit claims approved, which meant that some pensioners were receiving their winter fuel payments in March. Another example would be the increase in employers' national insurance contributions. The biggest effect of this was on small businesses with a large number of staff, i.e. hospitality, entertainment, two areas which were just recovering from the pandemic. We can see staff being laid off and businesses closing, I'm sure. Another area, and this also was not another indication that this wasn't well thought through, was this national insurance rise affected health centres and GP surgeries. So we have a government giving money to vital healthcare with one hand and taking it away with another. So just to bring this back to the council, we have to be aware that we're dealing with a government that is just not making good choices and well thought through choices. And in terms of the PIP bill, we find that changes to welfare payments for those with disabilities and severe illnesses will just have the effect of increasing pressure on council resources. Someone's personal independent payment being reduced or removed is going to mean that their contribution to their social care is also reduced and removed. And the county council is going to have to step in and pick up the shortfall because it has a statutory duty to do so. Whether we agree with these policy decisions or not, as county councillors, we must be concerned with policies that are going to affect provision of welfare for those who need social care, because it will impact us in the end. And we know that county councils are already under strain with having to meet the costs of social care. As far as I understand it, the government has not said they're going to abandon PIP, looking at PIP again. They are waiting for, they've said they're going to wait for the findings of the TIMS review in 2026. And they have not ruled out reintroducing this policy or something similar. So we just have to be vigilant, and I urge everybody to support this motion.
Great, thank you very much. So, Councillor Tonks, now falls to you to sum up, please.
Now, to address a couple of points, which I find interesting, and I do want to acknowledge, this motion was written a couple of months ago, because that's unfortunately how the Constitution works. If you want to get a motion heard, you do need to submit it incredibly early. And I actually want to take this opportunity to raise the fact that I'm glad it looks like this is going to be reviewed, because I do want motions to be a bit more timely. However, I did update this motion in response to recent events. I think I updated it last week, but it might have been Sunday of the week before. But the key thing is, the changes Labour have made were so minor, I only needed to change a couple of words of the original motion. It was honestly nothing. That is how small the concessions have been made, because disability groups have rightly said these cuts are still looming. The changes to universal credit are still a threat. I'm not saying that people should be worried, and I'm not fear-mongering. I am trying to boost the voices of people who are experts in this subject and are right to be worried, because these cuts are going to hurt the most vulnerable people in our county. Now, I would love to get into a proper debate about economic policy, but it's really, really, really not the place for that. I will say, I think for a long time now, going back to the noughties, Labour policy has really allowed industrialists to kind of bleed the country dry at the expense of working people. But again, I'm going to leave that there, and that will be a completely separate subject. Something I did want to note is, again, these cuts have been threatened to return. This isn't speculation. This has been repeatedly said. They will be looked at and reviewed, but that is still a threat of returning in some form. As well as that, the universal credit cuts have been pushed forward. Those are still going ahead, not implemented yet, but going ahead. Now, to kind of summarize and reflect on some other statements made by councillors, I want to really say I agree with the sentiment that the welfare system is broken, and it absolutely is. But it's not broken because people are exploiting it. It's broken because it's not providing basic support that people need to live lives with dignity and be happy. Many of these people may also contribute to the economy by going to work with this support. Some of them will just live good lives with their families. I don't think that matters. People are people, and they deserve to live a nice, happy life. The statement was made that it requires some bravery to criticize the welfare system and to speak up against people taking from the welfare system. But I don't think it's brave in any sense. It's not brave to be punching downwards to the most vulnerable. If anything, it's cowardly. It's super easy to go after people that are in a situation where they can't defend themselves. What requires bravery is speaking up on their behalf and saying, no, we are not going to let these cuts go forward. We are not going to let people in government push forward policies that are going to harm you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So, members, we now move to a vote on the substantive motion. Mrs. Rowe, could you start the vote? Fingers crossed.
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 41 votes in favour, 13 against and 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, members. That concludes discussion on the fourth motion. We now have the fifth motion submitted by Councillor Whelan. I just wanted to say a couple of things. This is both a very important area in our lives, in our communities, and it's also very personal to some individuals, and I'm sure you will, but please respect everybody during the debate and their individual perspectives. That would be very valuable. So before I ask Councillor Whelan to move her motion, I understand, Councillor Whelan, that you are proposing some alterations which have been circulated to members and published on the Council's website. Can I please ask the meeting for its consent There will be no discussion. It's just to acknowledge that has happened. Okay. Thank you, members. Can I now ask Councillor Whelan to move, speak to her altered motion as circulated to members on the 14th of July and published on the Council's website? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This motion supports all people across Cambridgeshire. Every one of us is unique, each with our own basket of protected characteristics, but the motion does focus on a very small group who are currently receiving a disproportionate amount of attention, repression and hate. This motion has been assessed by KC and is compliant with the law. I'm not going to talk to the motion. I am going to turn this into something which is very personal and read some the words written by a woman who transitioned many years ago, illustrating the importance of this motion and the impact of the current misinformation campaign. I write to you today, not just with my voice, but with my soul, because this isn't just my story, it's the truth of so many trans lives, often unheard, often erased, but burning with the same need to be seen, to be respected, to be allowed to simply be. Most people don't have to think about gender. They wake up and the world fits. Their body feels like home. They move through the day knowing their place in society was built with them in mind. But for me, it was pain. Pain in the silence of morning, knowing the body I lived in did not reflect the person I was. Pain in every thread of clothing that didn't feel like mine. Pain in every moment I had to put on the mask that let me survive. And I did survive day after day hiding. I drowned in music. I filled every corner of my mind with it, listening, playing, studying, succeeding. Because if there was noise, I didn't have to hear the scream inside me. If I was learning, I didn't have to feel. If I was passing exams, no one would ask what was wrong. If I passed, maybe the world wouldn't notice I didn't belong. For passing, let's be honest, that's not about being accepted as who we are, it's about survival. It's about navigating a world that tells us to be something else. And then it broke me. There I stood on a train platform with the wind rushing at me, tears blinding my eyes. I was done with pretending, done with surviving. That was the moment he died. That person the world thought I was, he died on that platform. But I walked away. I walked away reborn, not into someone new, but finally as me. The mask fell, the pain remained. But now it had meaning. I'd lost people I loved, friends, families gone, career gone, but I gained myself. I started again, not to blend in, but to exist. And yes, it was hard. I rebuilt my career from nothing and discovered the raw truth of what it means to be a woman in this world. The condescension, the harassment, the invisibility, the physical and verbal contact, totally without permission. But still I rose. I lived in hope, I lived in joy, I lived in truth for the first time. I lived. But now the world has turned again. For simply existing, for daring to be who I am, I'm called a threat, a danger, a problem to be solved. My identity debated in newspapers, my rights dissected in Parliament, my humanity put on trial. Let me be clear, I have never been a threat to anyone, but I have lived in fear, and I will not go back to hiding. Trans people are not a debate. We are not a theory or a policy point. We are people. We are children and parents, workers and dreamers. We are your neighbours. We are your friends. We are here, and we deserve to live in peace. I'm here today, not broken, not ashamed, but defiant, proud, full of fire. We are not going anywhere, and we will not be silent, because our lives are not up for discussion. Our right to exist is not up for vote. We are human, and we deserve dignity. Those are the words of someone who lived their life, built their career, not once but twice. And suddenly politicians and media want to take that all away. But it's deeper than restricting rights. People will die. Take away rights from one group of people and you take them away from everyone. This motion is to show support, to show we care, not just to trans men, trans women and non-binary people, but to every single person in this county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suspected somehow there might be a round of applause. I understand that your secondary is Councillor Malinowski. Do you want to speak now, Councillor, or reserve your right?
I will speak now, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Council. It is a very great honour to speak for the first time as an elected councillor in support of this fantastic motion. Council, I was elected to help my community fix the roads, to protect our local NHS and care services, and safeguard our local environment, to reverse the damage caused by decades of local service cuts under the previous government. Those are the issues my community in Burwell are passionate about, and that they have been writing to me about almost daily since I was elected. By and large, the vast majority of people I've spoken to range from blissfully unaware to perfectly happy to have a transgender woman as their councillor, standing up for them on these issues. My gender identity was not a factor in the election campaign, nor has it been an issue since being elected. They do not mind that I go by Miss, and they call me she or her as is appropriate. They do not care what toilet I use when I attend events in their villages. What my voters want more than anything is for me to get on with doing the job I was elected to do. What they don't know is that I would never have had the confidence or the personal strength to do this, to be their councillor, if I had not transitioned. For me, it was only 2 years ago. My life has changed dramatically since, almost entirely for the better. Growing up feeling like something was wrong, but never quite being able to put my finger on what, never having the confidence to be myself, and looking on with envy at others, navigating through life so easily while dark thoughts swirl in my head, and then finding the confidence to come out into the light, to take those first cautious steps, finding myself and my community. These are feelings and experiences that every young LGBT+ person can relate to. How we treat those young people when they do the work of self-acceptance, when they get where they need to go and take the brave step of sharing with the world who they are, is vitally important to what happens next. The misguided and misquoted Supreme Court ruling has been twisted and warped by sinister forces in our politics to push transgender people back, to create a climate that encourages hostility and skepticism towards transgender youth. It has been used by some to call for toilet policing and arbitrary discrimination of a kind long thought to have been consigned to the history books. Many people, especially young people who just want to get on with their lives, are afraid. Contrary to what some believe, transitioning is not something that can be done with the mere click of a button or the drop of a hat. Those of us who transition in life already face many significant challenges and barriers to overcome. Over the last 2 years, I've had to jump through a great number of bureaucratic hoops, battle a 5-year waiting list and an uncaring integrated care board just to get access to my hormone treatments, and have had to endure the same misogyny and derision that cisgender women face, from catcalling to flat-out gender-based assaults, often coupled with casual transphobia that ranges from simple misinformation to maliciousness. These barriers, combined with a toxic political and social climate, make day-to-day life for trans people really difficult, especially for those of us who are just coming to terms with our identities and are in the early processes of living our authentic lives. While transition itself is the biggest and best step I've ever taken on my personal journey, I would be lying if I said I didn't sometimes fear I've bitten off more than I could chew. I'm just a person, just a 30-year-old woman trying to do her best after all, and that is just me. For teenagers battling the pressures of school and often unwanted puberty, these difficulties are greater still. For those who are disabled or come from unsupportive religious or cultural backgrounds, they are greater still. And for those met with outright hostility or attempts at conversion therapy, they are almost impossible to think of. The culture war, whipped up by the likes of Trump and Musk, fueled by successive prime ministers and reinforced by the willful misinterpretation of the Supreme Court ruling, is making trans people afraid to do something as simple as use a toilet right now. On top of everything else, it is stoking division in our society, and it is a division that needs to end. Council, I implore you to please pass this motion. We must show that against this backdrop, we here in Cambridge stand in solidarity with the LGBT+ community, especially trans men, women, and non-binary people who face the greatest of all barriers to acceptance. Please resolve, as this motion says, to publicly reaffirm this council's commitment to equity, diversion, and inclusion, ensuring that all women and girls, including trans women like me, and trans men and non-binary individuals, are protected from gender-based violence and systemic discrimination. And most importantly, please let us resolve to fight for stronger protections for women and girls, including trans women, and also for trans men and non-binary individuals, to ensure our rights to education, healthcare, and social support are safeguarded going forward in these very uncertain times. Supporting this motion is the least we can do in the wake of this hostile interpretation of the misguided and misquoted Supreme Court ruling. It will make such a difference for people out there like me to hear that at least someone, somewhere in a position of power actually cares and gives a damn about our lives and about the challenges now facing our community. I thank Councillor Whelan for bringing this motion before us, and I implore Council to vote for it.
That's quite an achievement to make that speech and finish it with 1 second to spare. Members, can I have other speakers on this motion, please? Councillor Massini. Just over here. May not got quite the right order, but we'll start with Councillor Massini.
Thank you, Chairman. And for future record, I don't mind even if you miss me out. I'll get my chance eventually. Usually I do. Thank you very much, first of all, to Councillor Whelan. Thank you for bringing this motion. And I would like to thank her specifically for incorporating some teeny tiny minor amendments which I proposed. She wrote a motion which is well balanced and well focused. This is something I'm very happy about and something I wasn't taking for granted before I read it. The public debate on this issue is fraught and polarized, and the culture war political world we currently inhabit has made a political football of real people and communities who just wish to lead a healthy and dignified life with access to the services they actually need. This has caused pain and distress, and it is heartrending to see it. I have seen it on my own doorsteps and those of the people that I have spoken to in my community. I do not, by deliberate choice, use social media. I do not like shouting. I do not like lobbying. I am in local government because of what this is. We are a service provider. We believe in changing people's lives by the decisions that we make, the services we provide, the effort we put into finding all of our residents, each and every one of them, identifying their actual needs, and the money we spend ensuring that those needs are met. This is what we should do, and this is what is at the heart of a truly inclusive council, which we should be actions, not words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Christine Whelan.
Thank you, Chair. This motion isn't just about trans rights, it's about all rights. Today, we are asked to choose whether we stand with our LGBTQ plus residents, particularly our trans and non-binary neighbours, at a time when their rights are under increasing threat. There will be people in this chamber who have unknowingly interacted with trans people who just want to live their daily lives, working, shopping, and just socialising in the way everyone does. As one of the founder members of Ely Pride, I've seen firsthand the power of visibility, inclusion, and community. I've stood in Jubilee Gardens with young people who told me it was the first time they felt truly seen, the first time they believed they belonged. We are all different and have different takes on life, but all of us contribute in some way to the world in which we live. No one who is not trans can fully know what it's like to be trans, even those of us who have relatives or close personal friends who are trans. To know what it's like to be subjected to ridicule walking down the street, to be verbally abused, or worse still, physically attacked. This is a human issue. This is about whether trans women will feel safe seeking support after experiencing violence, whether trans men and non-binary people will be able to access basic healthcare without being misgendered or excluded, whether LGBTQ plus young people will feel safe enough to stay in school, live their dreams, and thrive. Many are struggling. They're navigating a system that too often fails them in healthcare, in education, in public places, and they are doing so while being targeted by a growing wave of misinformation and hate. But we have the power to push back, to make it clear that in Cambridgeshire, no one is invisible and no one is left behind. This is about not denying the experiences of women and girls. Far from it. It includes all women, cis and trans alike. We can and we must build services that are inclusive and safe. The motion in front of you protects everyone's rights. Men, women, trans men and trans women, and non-binary. And more importantly, it protects the lives of everyone. The ability to be free to be who they truly are, to be free to be you. We mustn't forget children and young people in this. Children have a right to be themselves, not dismissed or ignored because they are children or young people. We must help them to be true to themselves and not try to stifle them. If they need help, then we must be prepared to help them. It also commits us to strengthening partnerships with organisations like the Kite Trust, who have done exceptional work supporting LGBTQ+ young people in this county. We also take an important step here to push for better healthcare access so that trans men and non-binary adults aren't left out of vital reproductive and sexual health services. That's dignity in action. That's equality made real. We are a diverse county, rural and urban, young and old, multi-faith, multi-background, and that diversity is our strength, but only if we actively protect it. This motion is about protecting the rights of not only trans women, but all women. So I ask you, as someone who helped start Ely Pride to give LGBTQ+ people in our area a place to feel safe, supported and celebrated, let's extend that ethos to everything we do as a council. Let us pass this motion not out of obligation, but out of hope, and out of a deep belief that everyone, regardless of their gender identity, has the right to live, to thrive and to be treated with dignity. Let's show Cambridgeshire and beyond that we are a council that stands for compassion, inclusion and justice. I urge every member to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councillor Sidlow and Councillor Watt.
Thank you, Chair. It's obviously a very emotive subject. And my views on it, I think, differ quite a lot from the people that have already spoken. I must strongly criticise this motion, which is, in my view, steeped in gender ideology, a movement that prioritises subjective feelings over biological reality, often at the expense of evidence and safety. Gender ideology promotes the idea that personal identity overrides sex, leading to policies that undermine protections for women and girls. Before I go on, let me be clear. People with gender dysphoria deserve compassion and appropriate support for their distress. But I believe this motion conflates their needs with a broader agenda that erodes sex-based rights and fails to safeguard children. The core issues I will focus on are the protection of the sex-based rights of women and girls and the safeguarding of our children against a confusing and harmful ideology. Violence against women and girls in the UK is a huge problem, as stated in the motion. According to Femicide Census, the ONS and Women's Aid, one woman is killed every 3 days, 2,000 since 2014. 27% of all women have experienced domestic abuse since the age of 16, with 11,305 women supported in refuges in 2025. These statistics underscore why single-sex spaces like refuges, prisons, and sports are vital. Gender ideology's push to include people with gender dysphoria in women's spaces compromises this safety, as evidenced by incidents where such policies have led to assaults in prisons and shelters. The Supreme Court's 2025 ruling in the For Women Scotland versus Scottish Ministers affirmed that sex in the Equality Act 2010 refers to biological sex, not one modified by gender recognition certificates. This decision protects women and girls by preserving sex-based rights, yet the motion seems to disregard it, advocating inclusion that endangers other vulnerable groups. Attempts to invoke Goodwin versus United Kingdom 2002 to override the Supreme Court decision is disingenuous. The Supreme Court explicitly considered Goodwin, which upheld individual rights to legal gender recognition under the ECHR Articles 8, private life, and 12, marriage. However, Goodwin did not address group-based anti-discrimination laws like the Equality Act. The Supreme Court clarified that sex meant biological sex in equality contexts to maintain coherence, such as in single-sex protections. This activated the Section 9(3) of the Gender Recognition Act, which stated that acquired gender is subject to...
Just 1 second. I think Councillor Singer wants to raise a point of order.
No, I just wanted to raise my hand to be put on your list.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No problem. sorry, where did I get to? Which allows exceptions to balance individual recognition with societal safeguards without negating Goodwin's privacy mandate. Regarding the Kite Trust, its guidance is outdated and poses risks. As a self-identified advocacy group, it promotes gender-affirming care for youth while downplaying the CAS reviews, damning findings on the Tavistock Clinic's failures. I'd like to remind everyone of the risk to children when belief in this ideology outweighs common sense and evidence. The Tavistock closed in 2024 after whistleblowers revealed scandals at the service. The resulting CAS review found that the use of experimental treatments without informed consent, a 4,400% referral surge in 10 years that included mostly adolescent females exhibiting rapid onset gender dysphoria, 82.8% of referrals in total. It also found diagnosis of gender dysphoria was often linked to pre-existing diagnoses like anxiety and depression, and often coincided with recent increase in internet and smartphone use, fostering a social contagion in echo chambers online. It also found that 35% of adolescents referred to gender clinics have autism or autistic traits, have often suffered trauma, and up to 50 to 70% reported same-sex attraction. The Kite Trust's CAS Q&A on their website claims blockers are not unsafe and supports timely medical access, contradicting CAS's findings of evidence gaps and the subsequent NHS bans on these practices. Their ECHR explainer also opposes the Supreme Court's biological sex ruling, pushing identity-based spaces, egregiously misaligning with the law, and risking women's safety. The Kite Trust's mental health resource affirm identity without focusing or considering coexisting mental health, neurodivergence, or sexual orientation. In conclusion, I think this motion is virtue signalling and a waste of the Council's time. I believe a valid use of Council's time would actually be to accept the Supreme Court ruling and commit to rooting out any misinterpretations of the Equality Act since 2010. We should audit Council services, education and healthcare for compliance with biological sex distinctions and ensure third-party providers also comply. Passing this motion defies common sense, legal precedent and the Equality Act's intent, potentially harming women and girls and children while inviting legal and ethical repercussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Watt.
Thank you, Chair. I'd first like to say how touched I was at those speeches and those experiences. And I wouldn't be human if I wasn't touched by those things. So my heart very much goes out for you and what you've been through throughout your life. And I would like to say that I will be praying for you this evening in my prayers. As a minister who does spiritual warfare every week in the pulpit, it's almost on a weekly basis that I remind my congregation of God's greatest commandment. And that is to love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and all your strength. And the next commandment is to love your neighbour as you love yourself. That includes everybody in this room, without exceptions. It is through my obedience to God that I would never intentionally do harm to anybody mentioned in this motion. And if a person said to me, call me he, she, they, or whatever, it would be the polite thing to do to acquiesce to that request. But I think that the difficulty now is that we're all dancing on hot coals. We're all afraid to speak for fear of upsetting somebody. We're all afraid to speak in case we get shouted down and called a hater, which as a Christian is a very difficult thing for me to hear, that I would hate when I preach love every Sunday from the pulpit. Is it not time that we backed off and gave each other a little bit of space? Give each other a break. Stop playing the game of gotcha, trying to catch each other out. The Christian church was banned for the first 350 years, and yet it still grew. The commandment that I quoted earlier is not being obeyed anywhere. So let's not be hypocrites about this. We are all guilty on some level of hating someone or hating something. So let's not get high and mighty or take ourselves too seriously. Any more laws that come along to support LGBTQ plus will be counterproductive to your movement. Christians prospered in an era when the Roman Empire tried to destroy them. We do not have a problem here of the law. People will obey the laws that they choose to obey. We have a spiritual problem, and only a spiritual solution can change people's hearts. I do not support the motion. The matter of sex has been decided in the court, and let's just leave it at that. I think we should all give ourselves some time to absorb the changes and the progress that you people have made, but don't rush it too fast. The people need time to adjust. Amen.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair. And echoing much of what Councillor Watts just said about the stories that we heard at the start from Councillor Whelan and Councillor Malinowski, I really do appreciate it. And again, my heart goes to you. My cousin is in the same community, so I completely understand how the stories in which you're telling. But I do rise today, not to reject the concerns that you raise, because they are 100% concerns and things that we should all be talking about, absolutely. But I do urge some caution, some balance, and just to look at the legal clarity in how we as a council, but also how we as individuals proceed. The Supreme Court ruling in For Women Scotland versus Scottish ministers has now clearly defined the interpretation of sex in the Equalities Act as meaning biological sex. Whatever personal views we may hold, we must respect that this is now the settled legal position, confirmed unanimously by the UK's highest court. It is not for this council to challenge the court or to speculate about constitutional issues outside of our remit. What we can do, and we must do, is work constructively within the law to ensure that no one in our community is marginalised or left behind. But let's be clear, the law still provides strong protections. I accept you may not feel not enough, but it does still provide strong protections for trans people under protected characteristics. That has not changed. This motion claims that the ruling restricts rights and exacerbates discrimination. That language, as far as I'm concerned, is unhelpful and somewhat alarmist. Legal clarity does not equate hostility. It ensures that rights can be applied consistently, including the right to single-sex spaces where appropriate, and the right to access services free from discrimination for everyone. I also want to highlight an important point which this motion overlooks. Violence against men and boys, which is sadly rising, is included within the National Violence Against Women and Girls Strategy, VORG. This means that men that are victims of rape, sexual assault, coercive control, honour-based violence, and other such crimes are treated as women in spaces set up for women, with other women, with advice aimed at women. All victims of violence, regardless of sex or gender or identity, deserve support, protection, and compassion specific to their circumstances. The basic premise of violence and protection from violence is worthy of admiration and should be discussed more widely, but its implications are confusing, and I'd argue that some of this wording is deliberately divisive in the motion. It tries to reframe a settled legal issue as an injustice, and that only adds to the polarization we've seen far too often in this debate. Let us instead refocus our energy on the positive, practical steps that we can take within the law to support all people with dignity and fairness. We don't need symbolic gestures or reactionary motions. We need calm leadership and inclusive, lawful policy making. Chair, I stand for compassion. I stand for understanding differences, but I also stand for respecting the law, supporting all vulnerable groups, and keeping our focus on what we can realistically deliver. For those reasons, I cannot support this motion as it stands, not out of opposition of inclusion, but out of a commitment to practical, lawful, and fair governance for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just as a matter of process and timing, we are 2 hours since we started at 1 o'clock, but I intend to finish this motion, obviously, and also the next section on Cambridge and Peterborough, if that is okay with members, and not take a break. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you, Chair. This is obviously a divisive issue, and it's divisive because of the way it's presented. And it's a shame that we have to do a preamble so that we can't be politically attacked afterwards, but I'll do the preamble that's necessary anyway. For my whole life, I have believed that individuals should be free to live the way they want to live and love the people they want to love. That has always been my position. I've never taken a different position about that, nor will I ever, because I do believe in freedom and I do believe in people's right to express themselves. But that does become a clash when different sets of rights come into conflict with one another. And it's crazy to pretend that, for instance, all women feel a certain way when women have all different sorts of views. I know plenty of women that would feel differently about different aspects of these views. We all know famous women who do. On top of that, it's crazy to presume that all LGBTQ people think the same. I know LGBTQ people who do not feel the same on some of the issues that this motion touches on. It's because these are complicated issues which have divisive approaches to them. I'd just like to point out, I thought Councillor Watt made a fantastic speech, and I really think that it was such a powerful speech for me, because what I think he was saying was, if we all just treated each other with respect and let each other live, there'd be no need to constantly plough down on all these rules that we keep trying to enforce on one another and playing one-upmanship and gotchas. It's such a crazy approach. I don't think I can support this motion, but I've got to say there's not much in the resolution I disagree with. It's just the way it's been framed, this divisive way it's been framed. I mean, what does it ask for? It asks for the council to make sure that people are properly represented in various ways. I'm sure the council already does that, but I don't mind underlining it. You know, it proposes another letter to the government. All right, let's do that if we want. But there's too much talk. It's too much divisive terms in it for me. I wish that it had just been approached in a more balanced way. I think we could have all supported it, because I think most people these days are in favour of letting people live the lives they want to live. We just don't want to be told that our lives have to change because of that. What we want is to live comfortably together with respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tong.
To begin with just what I think should be a rather uncontroversial statement, I don't think the government should have any role in defining someone's gender identity, and any other instance of a government trying to label someone would be considered authoritarian. But in this instance, it's just become societally acceptable. So to give my views, and I'm sure my colleagues share, I think trans men are men, trans women are women, and non-binary identities are valid. I think that should just be across the board what we believe, and I'm really happy this motion has been brought forward to try and reinforce this stance and what I hope to be a county where everyone can feel included and treated fairly. Now, as a cis man, I absolutely accept I'm going to make mistakes. But what I want to do is work as hard as I can to engage with the trans community around Cambridgeshire to make sure I can make their voices heard. Now, to briefly respond to some of the other points made, I want to quickly refer back to Councillor Watt's comments, and I want to preface in advance by saying I am not a Christian. No problem if someone is, but I don't see any problem with hate as a feeling. And to be honest, I'm quite proud to hate some things, because one of the reasons I'm doing this is because I hate bigotry, I hate injustice, and I hate picking on vulnerable people. And I feel a lot of the statements against this are basically punching down. They are trying to marginalize a community that has already been marginalized. And it's just, I think everyone in this room can do better. Everyone in this room should do better. Now, I'll briefly say that because this comment's come up again, I've seen a lot of comments throughout today about what we should be doing instead. I'll address Councillor Sidlow through the chair, that they said they have some ideas what they would want to do to, well, respond to the recent ruling. I completely disagree with the action suggested. However, if they want to do it, they can just not whinge about it and they can bring a motion to council. There are functions to do that. What we need to do is bring motions about things if you agree with it. And I think it's great that instead of just sitting by and doing nothing, we have two councillors today that have been brave and actually brought this motion to council. So that deserves nothing but respect, and I am super happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. I acknowledge the importance of protecting all individuals from discrimination, including trans and non-binary people. I must express concern about several elements of this motion. First, the motion misrepresents the recent Supreme ruling. The judgment in For Women Scotland versus the Scottish ministers did not remove rights from trans individuals, but clarified the legal definition of woman in the context of the Equality Act. This was a legal interpretation rooted in the existing framework of UK law, not a decision to restrict rights or promote discrimination. Secondly, there appears to be a conflation of different legal, social and healthcare issues without clear evidence or legal clarity about what the council can practically do within its statutory powers. Many issues raised here, such as legal gender recognition and access to gender-affirming healthcare, are matters for national government and NHS policy, not this council. Furthermore, the motion risks undermining single-sex spaces which are lawful and necessary for some vulnerable women. It's critical that in advancing the rights of one group, we do not trample the rights of another. The Equality Act allows for the provision of single-sex services where justified, and this must remain part of inclusive policy development. We must approach this with compassion and fairness to all, but also with rigour, legality and respect for differing views and needs. I stand with the principle of protecting all vulnerable individuals, women, girls, trans and non-binary people, from violence and discrimination, but it is vital we confront the reality that malicious predators sometimes exploit gender identity policies to prey on women. Recent UK cases are deeply troubling. In December 22, a transgender man in Enfield was jailed for 10 years after deceiving 2 women and a teenage girl into sexual relationships under false pretenses that Snaresbrook Crown Court described as controlling and manipulative. In April 23, a trans woman raped a woman in Wiltshire, though identifying as a woman at sentencing, she was recorded as biologically male by police, and the court recognised the planning and deceit involved. In Scotland, Isla Bryson, convicted for raping 2 women before transitioning, was initially imprisoned in a female facility, triggering a national outcry and policy change due to significant risk to female inmates. These harrowing incidences highlight a critical need, ensuring the safety of all female-born people, particularly in single-sex spaces like shelters, changing rooms, schools and prisons. It's absolutely right that we support trans, non-binary and LGBTQ plus communities through inclusive policies, but that must never come at the expense of safeguarding women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. I want to thank Alison and Jennifer for their extraordinary courage in bringing this motion and for their amazing speeches. There are just a couple of things that I wanted to say about this, particularly in relation to the things that Councillor Sidlow said and in his choice in bringing up the impact on children and young people and puberty blockers and the Tavistock Clinic. I have there are 8 years between the ages of my oldest daughter and my youngest daughter. Both of them had experience of being in classes and year groups of young people with gender dysphoria. At the time of my older daughter being in school, the friends of hers who experienced that went through the extraordinary trauma of puberty. Their friends suffered from extreme mental health, extreme anxiety. One of them made several suicide attempts. They had a terrible time. 8 years later, when my youngest daughter was in school, 2 of her friends were able to access healthcare services. They had appropriate treatment. They had good support, both in terms of drugs and in terms of therapy. Neither of them went through the extraordinary mental health traumas that the older children had to go through. In the end, one of them transitioned and one of them did not transition, but they were able to treat and manage their lives and bodies in a completely different way. And it feels to me a tragedy that that is no longer available to very many young people around Cambridgeshire. I think it's really easy for some people to think that this is a legal issue or that this is all about some kind of ideology. It's actually about human beings and their ability to survive in the world. And if we can't make it easier for people to live happily, then we're going in the wrong direction as society. I also want to say, in response to some of the people, that actually quite often when you start seeing rights being rolled back, there is one particular group whose rights are rolled back first, who cease to be treated with respect in society, and then that gradually happens to other groups. It happens first to, sometimes in the past, first to Jewish people, and then to disabled people, and then to people with mental health problems, and then to single mothers, and then to divorced mothers. The rolling back of rights tends not to stop at the first point. And the final thing I want to say, particularly in response to Councillor Watts, who has asked us not to take this issue too seriously, I would just say that I spend quite a lot of time in church too, and I'll be praying for him. Thank you.
Councillor Manning.
Thank you, Chair. I slightly rejigged the order of my speech because I wanted to kind of address some of the points that have been made. And I think the most important point to stress first is this motion is legal. It has been through a Casey, as Councillor Whelan said. And you can see, I think, the quality of the motion for me, superb quality of the motion for me, is stressed by the briefing note, which has nothing of it to note. It just says it's self-explanatory. Whereas all the other motions today, we've seen a very long explanatory note, quite rightly. And I was going to talk about empathy. And I think following on from Councillor Nessinger's comment about this being about human beings, I want to tell 2 stories, one from polling day and one from when I was last on the council, about the impact this can have on individuals. The polling day story was I had a bunch of friends out, obviously helping me as we all do. And because I knew it was going to be a narrow election, I didn't know quite how narrow, it was 10 votes. I said, if you do get anyone who brings up a specific issue with you that they want to talk to me about on the day, please let me know. And one of my friends came up to me and said, how much do you know about the Supreme Court judgment and transgender rights and those issues? And I said, well, I think I know a reasonable amount. I'm privileged to have a number of trans friends. I went and talked to a young couple who really cared about it. I've absolutely no idea whether either one of them was both, or either one of them or both was trans, but they asked me a series of detailed questions, and I seemed to give them what I think were the right answers from their reaction. And I said to them, you know, so what can you practically do? And I said, well, we'll be able to pass a quite transgender affirming policy that will have practical steps in it. I think this motion does have practical steps in it, as well as a right to the MPs. But I caveated it by saying, look, it's probably unlikely we're going to take control of the county council. We'll probably be in some form of coalition, and that coalition might mean that we can't pass a stronger motion. And it was an absolute joy to go back to them a few weeks ago, and when we first got the draft that Councillor Whelan had shared with me and Councillor Malinowski, and showed them the motion, and they looked at it and they went, wow, that's really strong, that's really powerful. And I showed it to some other trans friends who just looked genuinely shocked and impressed that they were being seen and heard. And I know that's a sort of Gen Z phrase, but it really does mean something to people, to individuals. And I'm really pleased, in addition to that, to see the Labour group supporting this motion. I think it's really powerful to get their support here, and the Greens as well. In 2014, we passed a pride motion when I was last on the council. It's to fly the rainbow flag. Fairly minor thing, really, flying a flag. But what came from that was a huge amount of support for LGBT communities, from funding sources that were unlocked because of that showed support. It didn't just do a bit of virtue signaling; it did real difference to people's lives. So I come back to this point of empathy, and I just had to look. I just check I actually knew it, but I had to look at the definition of empathy, and it's understanding and sharing the feelings of others. And if you believe in empathy and you share the feelings of the credible speeches that the proposer and seconder made, even if this is not a topic area you necessarily agree with or you feel that you can support, please consider abstaining, because the message that sends is not a negative one. It's the one that shows you're sharing the concerns of the people who've come to you with their lived experience and their lives. So please think about abstaining. So I don't want any of those councillors who spoke against, I think it was Councillor Watt, correct me if I'm wrong, who spoke about feeling like treading on eggshells. I understand that feeling. I have empathy with him, Chair. But I would ask for him to look into himself and just think if he can, rather than voting against the motion, abstain on it as a show of empathy to the people that this motion will positively affect. Thank you.
Thank you. So, members, I have 4 speakers, and I don't plan to take any more, if that's okay, and then ask Councillor Alison Whelan to sum up. So, Councillor Hoy.
Thank you, Chair. So I was prompted to speak actually because a number of people scoffed when I think it was Councillor Watt spoke about Christianity, and that really frustrated me actually, because I feel if Councillor Watt had been a Muslim or a Sikh or Hindu, people probably wouldn't have scoffed. But it seems to be somehow acceptable to make fun of Christians, and they aren't regarded as a marginalised group anymore. And it's kind of ironic to make fun of a group when you are talking about care and love. So I just kind of was prompted to say that, really. I mean, you can't have kind of your chosen people that you want to say, you know, you're going to love and care for. Surely everyone's deserving of love and respect. Now, I absolutely agree we shouldn't be marginalising anyone, but we can't risk marginalising others with a decision we take. And I agree that this has become a bit of a political hot potato, but I think it does make 2 sides to make a culture war. Now, I'm sure many of us have seen and heard some absolutely awful, bigoted views online, and of course they are absolutely wrong. You know, we don't want to be hearing that. But we have also seen the other side. We've seen the rise of cancel culture and people not being allowed to speak. And I've personally had massive arguments online with people when I'm not allowed to say I am a woman. I have to say I'm a cis woman. And actually, that's kind of a culture war on the other side, because, you know, that's not respectful of my views. So just saying I feel like I am a woman is not, and that doesn't make me anti-trans. That's just a statement from myself and my own personal perspective. I'm really pleased actually this debate has happened today, because I do feel like it's been very respectful. I don't personally feel like I've heard anyone being disrespectful on either side, and I think it is about the comment about it being about human beings. That's absolutely true. I personally cannot imagine how it must feel. You know, I think empathy is hard, because actually empathizing yourself is putting yourself in someone else's shoes, and actually I can't, because I cannot imagine how it must feel to be born, feel like you're born in the wrong body. I can't imagine that experience. So I think sympathy maybe is a better word than empathy, because it's very hard to imagine an experience that you haven't personally gone through, because you know, that is a difficult one. I just think we have to be very careful, though, and very mindful that if people have a concern, that we do listen to it, as long as obviously they articulate it in the right way and they don't be disrespectful. Because let's look at what's happened in this country over the last sort of 12 years. So, you know, and this isn't genuinely attack on reform, so please don't take it as that. But obviously we had 2013, people were angry about immigration. UKIP got on the county council and county councils soon after. And then obviously there was Brexit, which a number of people were unhappy about. Then we've had immigration in the UK, which people have scoffed. You know, if anyone's risen and made the issue, they've said, you know, you're a little Englander, you're a racist, etc., etc. And then we have again reform coming. And I think the point I'm making is, if you ignore people's views and you tell them they're stupid and you don't listen to them, they don't go away. They don't say, oh, okay, well, you know better than me, I'm going to just ignore your view and just forget my view. They express that in a different way. So I think what I'm saying is, we all need to think about really everyone's side and everyone's opinion, whilst being mindful of people's personal views and their lives.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't actually going to be speaking today. I was actually going to wait probably until next year before I spoke, so they gave me time to understand everybody here and their political views and ideologies. Just my way of doing things. However, it's touched a nerve, some of the points that have been made today. I had a student, because I am a teacher, who came to me and said, Mr. Stewart, I'm going to miss you. I thought to myself, what are they talking about? They gave me a letter, and in the letter it wrote, I won't be here tomorrow because this world is not for me anymore. Now that student was a young lady, a trans young lady, and the next day she didn't come into school and we had to do a safeguarding visit, and she attempted to commit suicide. I'll leave you with that just for the next 30 seconds or so. Councillor James Sidlow made a link to mental health throughout his points. In line with this, I believe it is right to focus on the UK-wide mental health issue crisis linked to trans people in the UK. Not because of who they are, but because of how society is treating them at the moment. Over 84% of trans adults have reported suicidal thoughts, nearly half of which have attempted to commit suicide. I'm hoping that nobody here has had suicidal thoughts. Among the youth, this is even higher and highlights a societal failure. A failure. Some argue that trans identities are a symptom of confusion or disorder, often under the outdated framework of gender dysphoria. But the evidence shows that where trans people are supported, accepted and affirmed, their well-being improves dramatically and actually brings positivity to their local communities. Dismissing their identities as dysphoric is actually not something that brings equality. It does not bring tolerance. It actually brings a lack of respect. Councillor Watt made a link to religion. As a practicing Catholic myself, my faith is rooted in the gospel. I don't believe that Councillor Watt went far enough with religion, actually. In the truth that every person is made in the image of the likeness of God, which is in Genesis 1, chapter 1, verse 27, it includes trans people Their dignity is not up for debate. It is God-given. Scripture tells us there is neither Jew nor Greek nor slave, male or female. You are all one with Christ. Councillor Watt did not make reference to that. We are reminded by Jesus himself, whatever you did for the least of these, you did for me. That's in the Gospel of Matthew. Right now, trans people are among the most marginalized in our society. They face high levels of suicide, rejection, discrimination, not because of who they are, but because of how they are treated. To ignore their suffering is to ignore Christ. That's my personal belief. We must critically reflect on any legal judgment that defines a woman in a way that excludes trans women. Language matters, and so does who we include in the protections, rights, and recognition afforded by law. As Councillor Nsinga made reference to, about marginalizing communities and impacting other communities eventually, this reminds me of something that is also close to my heart, being a mixed race man. It reminds me of something called the Jim Crow laws. I teach history. Also known as segregation. Creating a separate legal category to justify exclusion rather than recognizing the full humanity and rights of every individual. I will be supporting the emotion for the simple reason that I want equality for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stewart. I have two more speakers, Councillor Clark and Beckett. Of course, you're allowed your full time, but if you wanted to shorten, it would also be great.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and keep this as brief as I can. We've spoken a lot about safety today, about making sure that we're not creating risk for people. Yet, as a society and in the ruling that was handed down earlier this year, trans people are excluded. I would struggle to think that any of us in the LGBTQ plus community have not, at some point in our lives, struggled with mental health issues, with exclusion, with discrimination. For many of us, we still consider in our day-to-day lives how we dress, how we act, where we go, and what we do. And I cannot stand here and talk about what it's like to be a trans person, but I can stand here having felt some of that discrimination that exists in our society. And I think that if we are to not support this motion today, that sends the message that we are not here to protect and support all of our residents. Everyone here in Cambridgeshire should be loved and respected and protected. This is not an ideology. This is people's lives. This is our lives in the room. This is our friends' lives, our families' lives, and our constituents' lives. And if the council cares as much as members have said they do today, then there is no choice but to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Last but not least, Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. And I had planned a much longer speech, but given how many amazing speeches we have heard today, I'm going to keep this very short. I don't know how on earth I can follow Councillor Whelan, Councillor Malarski, and even Councillor Stewart's recent speech. But I did want to point out that you can judge a civilization by how it treats its minorities, how it protects its most vulnerable, and how it uplifts those who are most marginalised. Today, with this motion, we have the chance to show what kind of Cambridgeshire we aspire to be. Now, I grew up with a very close gay family member, and in the early 90s, I experienced through him the discrimination and marginalisation that people at that time who were gay felt. I experienced how he wasn't able to out himself, how he wasn't able to come out to his co-workers because of the fear of discrimination that he faced. And those struggles mirror those of trans people today. What other issue would we have had a list of crimes read out with it being implied that their transgender status might have led to that? Sadly, there are evil people in society, and we should do everything we can to bring those to justice, but we cannot use the act of a few evil people as justification for discriminating against others. True progress is measured by not by how we treat the majority, but how fiercely we protect the rights of the few.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being brief. So Councillor Malinowski, she exercised her right to speak at the beginning. So Councillor Alison Whelan, can you sum up, please?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for what has been a pretty respectful debate today. This has been one of the most difficult moments I've faced since being elected to this council, but also one of the most important. I didn't want to bring this motion, but needed to and was prompted to, particularly by Councillor Manning, but also from local residents, council staff and other people. Councillor Hoy is exactly right about not being able to imagine what it is like. That's why I read the story in my opening speech rather than just talking to the motion. Words that set out better than I could in any other way. This motion was carefully constructed to comply with the law and has been approved by council. And yet people here keep accusing this of being contrary to the law. You need to check what is going on in your minds there. The court referred to biological sex, but then failed to define what it means by biological sex. If you ask lots and lots of people what it means, there are huge differences in interpretation. In fact, the people who've actually suffered most since this ruling have actually been cis women who have been thrown out of toilets accused of being trans when they're not. So think very carefully. Those people who've spoken up today with compassion and support, thank you. Your words matter more than you can possibly know. To those of you who've spoken against trans lives, well, so be it. They don't need your approval to exist, and nothing will stop them existing. They have existed throughout history. It's odd looking at how most of the objections have come from cis-het white males, based on artificial arguments, without listening to people who know. There's no gender ideology, just people. There's no movement, there's no community, just people. Calling this a risk to children demonstrates the complete failure to properly understand what is happening. Your attempts to hide trans people and non-binary people and deny children their rights will not stop children being trans or non-binary. It will just make their lives more difficult. I said at the beginning that this was a motion about all people, but particularly highlighting an oppressed group. That's exactly what it is. And, you know, although it doesn't explicitly mention men and boys who are subject to violence, of course it includes them. You know, most people will never grasp what it is like to feel that disparity between their body and their gender. You don't have to. You don't have to think about chromosomes, hormones. You don't have to think about gender roles. You don't have to think about presentation. You don't have to think about how safe you are just walking into a bathroom. You're privileged. Think about those who are suffering. This motion is not just about one group. It's about every person in Cambridgeshire. And whether we're willing to stand up for all people, regardless of gender, race, age, religion, yes, including Christians, disability or background, it also includes those men and boys. You know, you're dismissing this protected characteristics, but you know what? Every single one of you in this room benefits from protection for your protected characteristics. Every single one of you has an age. Every single one of you has a sex. Every single one of you has a religion or lack thereof. You know, there is no doubt that single-sex spaces have their place. That has always been the case. Nothing has changed. They were there in the Equality Act in 2010. That has not been changed. The real problem that has been said today by several people comes down to violence against women and girls, violence against men and boys. That is primarily the responsibility of men, not trans people, not non-binary people. It is the responsibility of men. Every single man in this room, it is your responsibility to stop that. This motion is here to support all people across Cambridgeshire, irrespective. Please vote for this to show clearly
Thank you.
to everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Whelan. Thank you. Thank you very much. So members, been a long debate, but a very valuable debate. We'll now move to the vote. Mrs. Rowe, could you please start the vote?
Members in favour of the motion, please press the button underneath the word yes. Members against the motion, please press the button underneath the word no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button underneath the word abstain. Chair, I'm now closing the vote. Chair, the result of the vote is 40 votes in favour, 15 against and no abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, members. As I said before, we are way over our 2 hours, but thank you for bearing with me. And if you could bear with me for the next 20 minutes or so. Next, we consider item 14A, set out the agenda. The Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee oral questions. That's to be dealt with in accordance with the rule and the protocol set out in Annex 1 of the Council Procedure Rules and Constitution. Councillors may ask questions for response by the Council's appointee on the Combined Authority and its appointee on the Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which relate to decisions of the Combined Authority Board and the Overview and Scrutiny Committee as set out in the generic report. The generic report summarising the decisions made by the Combined Authority's formal committees is included on page 120 of the agenda. And members also received the report for June on the 9th of July, which was published on the website. So can you raise your hand if you wish to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger, the Council's appointee on the board? You have 2 minutes in which to ask a question and 1 for a supplementary if you so wish. And subsequently, we will come on to overview and scrutiny. So can you raise your hand if you want to ask a question of Councillor Netzinger? Councillor Hathorn, Councillor Martin, there are 2. Let's start there. Councillor Hathorn.
So I see that at the first board meeting under the new mayor, there was a recommendation proposed to the board that the £2.50 bus fare reduction be removed, meaning that the fare cap for a single bus fare would rise to the national £3, which does represent a significant increase to the cost of travelling by bus. I understand that this, when it was brought, was linked to the continuation of the Tiger Pass, which is very worrying, as the Tiger Pass has made travel affordable for thousands of young people across the county, both those in work and those going to school. Do you have any updates on the future of the Tiger Pass since the board meeting on 4th June, please?
Thank you very much. There has indeed been a great deal of discussion and complicated discussion going on about the continuation of the fare cap, the continuation of the Tiger Pass, both at the board. So the board meeting was slightly extraordinary in that there was an amendment to one of the to the bus update that came to the board meeting that was brought without any prior notice, which is a very unusual thing to happen at a meeting like that. That was not passed, for which I'm delighted that it wasn't. There was then quite a lot of discussion at the Transport Committee following that, which was where some new potential reductions in the extent of the Tiger Pass were brought forward, and again those were brought forward to the Transport Committee without any discussion with previous board members or without any discussion with Transport Committee members prior to that. And I think there is a worrying pattern that seems to be emerging, particularly around bus services, at the combined authority, which is that at every possible opportunity, it appears that the mayor's new approach is to try and reduce the amount of funding that's going into bus services, or to make shortfalls in the budget fall almost always on bus services rather than looking for any other part of the budget. At the same time as constantly trying to reduce the amount of money that's going into bus services, the mayor has been on Facebook and other places talking about how much money he's willing to offer for free parking. And I think we absolutely need to call out that actually there are political choices being made here about where, I mean, there is no question that the combined authorities budget is tight, and that commitments were made which perhaps are not all going to be sustainable in the long term, particularly given the mayor's commitment not to raise the precept any further. But there are always, I mean, this council...
Councillor Nessinger, sorry. Your 2 minutes. I realise it's a very big topic.
There are political decisions to be made.
Councillor Hathorn, maybe she will have an opportunity if you have a supplementary, but I don't want to tempt Providence.
Well, I'd just like to ask, I mean, this must relate to the mayor's remit for prioritising work for under 25. So how does that, what work is tying that together? Is there anything taking, or if you're losing bus fares and transport for young people, what's the alternative?
So I think that the mayor does want to continue with the Tiger Pass, and I think that at least some of the Tiger Pass will continue, and I will certainly fight as hard as I can for it to continue in its current form without any changes. The question really is about whether if there are tight places in the bus budget, whether there are other parts of the budget that can be looked at rather than always looking to cut bus services. And at the moment, it feels as if at every opportunity the mayor is trying to cut bus services, and I think that needs to stop. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a point in regards to audit and governance, and just something that hopefully you can do, Councillor Netzinger. We see today that the Audit and Governance Committee meets on the same day and time as this full council meeting, which isn't ideal for our members, but also other members that represent their district councils. As the only authority, as came to being the only authority that has our full council meetings during the day, what work is she doing to ensure that all of the CPCA meetings don't clash with our full council meetings here, so that we in Cambridgeshire are fully represented on those committees?
I can see Michelle making faces at me. We put our council dates in very early. I mean, our council dates have been published well in advance. It is deeply disappointing that the combined authority have chosen to put an audit and governance meeting in on the same day as a council meeting, and I'm sure we will ask them again whether it would be possible to move it. But it is the way we try and prevent those clashes from happening is by having our meetings card published early, which then gives other organisations the opportunity to try and avoid having clashes with our meetings. And some meetings it might be possible to change, but it is absolutely not possible for us to change the full council meeting. We will see if we can persuade them to change the audit and governance meeting, which has a smaller number of people involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary? Thanks. Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you, Chair. With absolute respect to everybody who's answering questions here, on our paper, these are questions to the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and Councillor Goldsack and I are the representatives to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. So I think probably those questions should have been addressed to us, and to me in this situation. Just to clarify on the point, and forgive me if I'm wrong on that, but that was my understanding. So as regards bus procurement and communications, which we had reported to us at the last committee meeting, one of the things that came up was the great concern about the Tiger Pass, and there was juggling of monies to and fro about what might be possible, and also about some of the routes, and also about the possible concerns about denuding the Tiger Pass in order to make other things possible. Can I just reassure members that we have worked really hard to make it absolutely clear to the new mayor that our concerns lie with our young people.
Is this, what's the question, Councillor Bradley?
Well, I think it was to do with the Tiger Pass, wasn't it, from Councillor Hathorn? But also it was about communication strategy. And we were concerned to make sure that if routes were to change or the Tiger Pass was to be changed, we wanted it to be communicated clearly. That's what I understood Ros Hathorn's question to be about.
Okay, so the question is around communications to Councillor Nessinger, right?
No, they were to they were addressed to the scrutiny committee.
Okay, I was just about to come to overview and scrutiny. So, are there
I'm
any?
Responding, because I think those questions were being asked effectively to me, although Councillor Nestinger responded. Can I just clarify? 14A is questions to the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority Overview and Scrutiny Committee. That's what I sit on.
That's on the agenda. Okay, yeah, it was to the board first and then to the overview and scrutiny. I'm happy now to go to questions for the overview and scrutiny committee, which is Councillor Bragnam and Councillor Machini.
Well, apologies.
If anybody has questions for either of them.
Can I just make one point though? The one thing I did ask, as others have said, the mayor is not as supportive of buses as the previous mayor was, and I have asked him to come on a bus trip with me to demonstrate the importance of some of the routes that provide connections for our educational establishments.
Thanks. It's not. This is a point of questions here. Okay. Thank you very much, members. I'd like to move to written questions. A response to 3 written questions that were received have been circulated electronically, and so they are published on the website if you were able to see. I'd like to thank everybody. That concludes the business for today's meeting, and I'd like to declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Chair.